back on the record, case number 12CF1083A, State versus George Zimmerman. Are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring them in. We need Officer Singleton here.
I apologize.
Jury's present, Your Honor.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, while you're getting your notepads ready, I'm going to ask you my questions. If any of you need to answer yes to the question, please raise your hand. During the lunch recess, did any of you have any discussions amongst yourselves or with anybody else about the case? No hands are being raised. Did any of you read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case? No hands are being raised. Did any of you use an electronic device to get on the internet to do independent research about the case, people, places, things, or terminology? No hands are being raised. And finally, did any of you read or listen to, or read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, blogs, or social networking pages about the case? No hands are being raised. Thank you very much. You may continue.
Ms. Singleton, I believe we left off where you had read the written statement that the defendant, Mr. Zimmerman, had prepared.
Yes, I attempted to.
After
Yes.
that, did investigator Serino show up and interview the defendant for about 5 or so minutes?
I learned that later, but at the time I didn't know that.
You didn't participate in that at all, is that
No.
correct? Okay. We asked you about, or I asked you about the, that you observed some injuries on the defendant, and I want to show you, with the court's permission, may we, thank you, Your Honor. State's Exhibit 47, do you recall, in terms of, you first stated when you first came in contact with him, he had a little bit of blood underneath his nose, is that correct?
Yes, underneath his nose, coming out of one of the ears, I believe it was the left ear,
Okay.
and in one of the corners of his mouth.
Okay. But
his
he was
beard.
dressed in this attire, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, he was wearing that.
And in terms of possible injuries, did you observe that he had abrasion or scratch or something to his nose right here?
Yes,
Okay. And did you also observe some right here on the side of his nose and possibly some right here that I'm pointing to?
yes,
Okay. And right here also, I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 66, the last one for the record, was 64. State's Exhibit 68, is this what you were talking about, the back of his head, or the side of his head over here?
yes, there was more than one on the back of his head.
And he had 2 on the back of his head too, is that correct?
I believe I could see it bleeding from 2 different areas.
Okay. Assistant here. Did you on the 27th of February, the next day, end up coming into contact with them, and were you present when a DNA sample was taken from the defendant?
Yes, I was in the same room.
Okay. For the purpose of the record, I'm now introducing formally the evidence of State Exhibit number, do we have a number for that yet? I think it's gonna be, Madam Clerk, Madam Clerk, Your Honor?
Yes, you
I
may.
believe it should be 207, is that the next number available? Yes, this is stipulated too. 207. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a video that shows the DNA sample being taken using the swab, is that correct? You were present for that?
Yes, I was present when that was taken.
Okay.
Actually, Judge, it's 208, 207 was medical records and were in on Friday.
So it's 208?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. May I publish that to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Yeah, that's my chief, that's right, chief. Probably. There you go. You take the last one, pass that away. Yeah, I can accept it. You can? Yeah, no, I try not to breathe whenever No, I've got to get someone out of the jail. Oh my God, those guys, yeah, their breath smell like ass.
Ms. Singleton, is this you over here, standing over here?
Yes, that's me.
And is this a technician that's taken the DNA sample from Mr. Zimmerman?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Yeah, what I'm gonna have you do now is go ahead and close this envelope up and put a piece of tape across it, and then I initial, and then I put an X. What I'm gonna have you do is I'll give you the Sharpie, have you initial, just put your initials just half on, half off of the tape, just as I done. Yay! I cut the edge of the envelope so that we don't get a nasty grain. Not me. The evidence does that. Should have brought crayons. It'd probably work better. Alright. Just right on the 1X? By half on, half off the tape. It's just initials. It doesn't need to be. And on the top one. Left-handed, sorry. Cool. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ma'am, may I first witness, Your Honor? Showing you what's been introduced into evidence of State's Exhibit 188. recognize that as being the DNA sample or swab that was used to obtain a DNA sample from the defendant? Mr. Zimmerman?
I wouldn't have packaged that. I mean, it could be the same one.
You were present when that was done?
I was present when a DNA sample was taken from him.
Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Singleton, did you on a, going back to the day before, February 26th, did you have a conversation with the defendant where he asked you something regarding a cross that you were wearing?
Yes, after the interviews, I
Yes.
was sitting there with him, and we were just waiting for whatever it was. I don't even recall what it was. But I remember being in the room with him, and I had a silver cross on, and I had a V-neck shirt, so you could see the cross. It's just small, about a 1-inch silver cross. And he asked me if I was Catholic. And do you want me to just tell the whole story?
Yes, please.
He asked me if I was Catholic, and I said no, and I asked him why he would ask me that. And he said because he had noticed the cross. I said no, I'm Christian. And I said, so basically, why does it matter? And he said because in his religion, in the Catholic religion, that it's no matter what, always wrong to kill somebody. And I said, well, as far as what you've said to me, if what you're saying is true, then I don't think that's what God meant. I don't think God meant you can't, save your own life.
Was that the extent of the conversation?
That's
regarding-
basically the essence of the conversation.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I apologize. We want to make
Okay.
sure all the jurors can hear that.
He asked me if I was Catholic. When I asked him why, he said he had noticed the cross. I said, no, I'm Christian. Why does it matter? He said, because in Catholic religion, it's always wrong to kill somebody. I said, well, if what you're telling me how it happened is true, then I don't think that's what God meant. He didn't mean that you couldn't save your own life.
Also, that's not on the recording, did you also have a conversation with him when you were talking about the age of the victim at the time? That he was a certain age? Do you recall that?
Yes, at some point I had said that we weren't able to identify the victim. And he said, well, what do you mean you haven't been able to identify him? I said, well, we don't know who he is. And he said, he's dead? And I said, I thought you knew that. I thought you knew he was dead. And he kind of slung his head and just shook it.
The 27th, we talked about the DNA sample that was taken from the defendant. Were you also present when a reenactment was done? And I'm going to ask Investigator Serino about that. Were you present for parts of that?
Yes, I was present for that.
Were you also present on February the 29th of 2012 at the Sanford Police Department when the defendant was interviewed by the Investigator Serino?
Yes,
Okay. Were you present for parts of that also?
yes,
Okay. In fact, were you involved in actually reading the defendant's constitutional rights or Miranda rights?
probably so.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been marked. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
State Exhibit 177, introducing evidence without objection. Ask you if you recognize State Exhibit 177.
Yes,
And with those have been, I know it's a bigger form, but is that the same Miranda rights that you would have read to them on the 26th?
yes, I'm not sure if they're identical word for word, but it's similar and they all,
Okay. And that would have been on 2/29 at 5:15 p.m.?
yes,
Okay. Did he agree to talk to you or specifically also Investigator Serino?
yes, he agreed to speak with us.
Did you or Investigator Serino threaten him in any way in order to get him to make a statement on February the 29th?
No,
Did
would
you
not
or-
do that.
Did you or Investigator Serino make him any promises in order to get him to make a statement?
No, we didn't promise him anything. We did not promise him anything.
And did he on February 29th appear to be under the influence of alcohol and or drugs to the point that he did not understand what was going on?
I didn't see any indication of any influence.
And Investigator Serino is going to talk about the interview, but I just wanted to get that preliminary matter out of the way. If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. You testified briefly about your background in order to become a law enforcement officer. I just want to touch on that for a moment, okay?
Yes.
I think you said that you had gotten a degree, correct?
Yes.
And was that in criminal justice?
Yes, from the University of Central Florida. It was a major in criminal justice with a minor in legal studies.
Okay. And when did you first consider law enforcement as a career?
After I got out of the military?
Okay. So you were in the military before you went to UCF?
Yes.
May I ask what service you were with
I was with the Army.
and for how many years?
3.
Did you do any type of work sort of with military police or anything that gave you the insight that you might want to be in law enforcement?
No.
But at some point then after the Army and before college, you made a decision that you might want to consider law enforcement?
Yes.
Why is that?
I wanted to be able to help people, and there was issues in my family that I wanted to show that someone good could come from my family.
Okay. Have you enjoyed it so far?
Yes.
Glad that you made that decision?
Yes.
Been able to help?
I'm sorry?
Have you been able to help like you wanted to?
Not as much as I would like, but yes.
Okay. Sometimes a bit frustrating, I would imagine.
Yes.
But overall, a good profession to be involved in?
Yes.
You've done that now for, I guess, with SPD for just over 9 years?
Just shy of 9 years.
Just shy. Okay. And your involvement in this case was almost happenstance in that you were called in to help out, correct?
Yes.
Normally this may have just gone to whoever else. Had there been somebody else on duty already?
Yes.
But with back then, I guess, just shy of 7.5, 8 years experience, they decided to bring you in order to do the initial interview. Correct?
Yes, Sergeant Santiago decided that.
Okay. And I presume that before February 26th, you certainly interviewed a number of witnesses before
Yes.
and a number of suspects.
Yes.
How many of those suspects actually voluntarily give you information without asking for a lawyer?
Most subjects will actually speak
sorry?
with you. Most people will.
And how about in those cases involving a shooting?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay. In this case, of course, Mr. Zimmerman was what we call Mirandized, right? Given advice that he had the right not to talk to you at all, correct?
Yes, he was given that.
And as you testified in direct, you certainly did it in a proper way, and he evidenced that he understood it,
Yes.
and he freely waived it.
Yes, he freely waived it.
And you know, as law enforcement, even an initial waiver can be withdrawn by a suspect. somebody who's
Yes,
being
and that's
looked at.
explained to them during the Miranda
Sure.
warning readings.
And if at any time any person being interviewed decides to stop, they merely need to tell you that, and then it's over, correct?
Then it would end, yes.
And only until they decide affirmatively to re-engage you, or if you get permission from their lawyer, would you ever talk to them again?
That's right.
That never happened in this case, correct?
No, he never refused to speak with us.
Sure. He never refused to speak to you that night, either the first or second interview, sort of that break in between, right?
He never refused
Yeah.
to speak to us anytime we asked.
And you testified concerning Investigator Serino's interview with him where you Mirandized him again, and of course he acknowledged those rights then, did he not?
Yes,
And waived them again affirmatively.
yes,
And never during that interview did he reassert any right to remain silent, did he?
no, he never did.
And you're familiar with the reenactment video where he actually went out to the scene and walked through what had happened, what turned out to be the night before, correct?
Yes, I was there.
Yeah, and of course, that was done voluntarily, correct?
Yes, it was.
That could not be forced upon him, could it?
No, it could not be.
And it wasn't in this case, was it?
It wasn't.
So every time that George Zimmerman spoke with you, it was voluntary,
Yes,
and he was given full notice he had the right to stop at any point.
each time, yes.
Let's then talk about the initial interview, and I want to sort of set the stage a little bit for the jury to understand what you knew and maybe what George Zimmerman knew about what had gone on before the interview. So let me ask you, did you know anything about this case other than it was a shooting and you were talking to the person who had shot the other person?
That's about as much as I knew.
Yeah. Because basically you were brought in, there was a lot going on at Retreat View, Twin Lakes, and they had to get him talked to away from the scene, and you were the person to do it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we had heard one sort of interaction between you and law enforcement during the interview process, which is where I believe it was Sergeant Santiago talked to you about looking into the videotaping question, correct?
Yes.
All right. Was there any other times during the initial interview with George Zimmerman where he was advised what information existed at the scene?
No, he could not have. I didn't know.
Okay. For example, you know, correct, now, that there was an eyewitness to a part of the event, correct?
I knew after that interview, yes.
No, I mean, today you know that, right?
Today I know that.
Overruled.
You know today that there was an eyewitness to a portion of the event, correct?
Yes.
You know today that there was a 911 call that has screams on it, correct?
Yes.
And of course, you know today that there are a number of other ear witnesses that heard things, and some of them saw other things at some point in this timeline of the shooting. You're aware of that now, right?
Yes, and I spoke with most of them.
Okay. From the questions and answers that Mr. Zimmerman gave you, did he evidence an awareness that he was aware that there was a 911 tape that had documenting at least somebody screaming that night?
The only thing he indicated is the person on the patio that saw him.
Yes. He
Well,
saw.
he's
I'm sorry.
said that he was going to call 911. That person told him that.
But Mr. Zimmerman never evidenced to you that he knew that there would be a call that actually documented his screamings, did he?
Objection, calls for facts that are not in evidence that he was the one that's screaming.
I'll
Sustained.
rephrase it. As to that, then I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did Mr. Zimmerman ever evidence to you that he knew there was a 911 call that would document somebody screaming for help?
No. During the interview, I suggested to him that possibly someone heard something that was overheard by 911, and he agreed that maybe it had.
But he had told you, even before that part of the conversation, that it was he who was screaming for help. Did he?
Yes. Yes.
And you've become aware in this investigation that Officer Tim Smith,
Objection, Mr. Hearsay.
Let me hear the
Not
rest of the question.
you've become aware during your involvement in the investigation that Officer Tim Smith was told by Mr. Zimmerman that he was screaming for help.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Correct?
Ask again, please.
Sure. You became aware during your involvement with the investigation that Officer Tim Smith, the first officer on the scene, right, was told by George Zimmerman within moments after Officer Smith's arrival that George Zimmerman was screaming for help.
Yes, I've learned that.
Okay. And that, of course, was well before any suggestion that you may have said to him that a 911 call may actually document screaming for help.
I never suggested that to him, ever.
he had also told you that during the altercation, and I'm going to use names, obviously you didn't know Trayvon Martin's name during the interview, correct?
I did not know the victim's name.
I'm going to use his name as I question you, if I might, as though you knew it then. Obviously, I know you
Okay.
realized you found it later, but just so we can keep the names separate and identified, okay?
Okay.
When Mr. Zimmerman stated that Trayvon Martin was hitting his head on concrete, had you given Mr. Zimmerman any evidence of that a witness existed to document that?
Objection.
No, I wouldn't have.
Just a second, there's an
Mr.
objection.
O'Mara testifying as to what somebody else said if this witness had no knowledge of it.
Sustained.
I might rephrase it then, Your Honor. Did you have any information from any source that you related to Mr. Zimmerman that there was an eyewitness who had documented the smashing of the head on concrete?
Same objection as to Mr. O'Mara testifying as to what somebody else possibly said, unless this witness was told this
Okay,
defendant.
there's a speaking objection, but you need to lay a foundation
Okay, yes, Your
before
Honor.
you ask that question.
You've become aware, of course, over the time of this investigation, that there is an eyewitness who documented that Trayvon Martin was smashing George Zimmerman's head on concrete, correct?
Yes, you may approach.
I apologize.
Can I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Suffice it to say, officer, that there was nothing available from law enforcement, no information available from law enforcement that was given to Mr. Zimmerman before he gave his statement to you, correct?
I didn't have any information that I could have even possibly given.
And there were no other police reports that had already been generated that he may have seen or anything like that, correct?
Nothing had been generated so far.
Is it accurate then to say that this was in one sense the virgin interview where you were getting all the information from him that you could, though you had nothing even to corroborate or to dispute what he was telling you?
That is correct.
You had mentioned and I'm going to skip around just a little bit and hit
Okay.
subjects rather than the timeline. I think the timeline was going through, and of course, the entirety of your true interaction with Mr. Zimmerman was on the tape, correct? There was small bits that were not.
A little bit before I could get it started,
Right.
introductions to each other when I
Yes.
walked in the room, I'm sure, and something that may have been said as I walked out, but
Sure. The substance of it we've all heard now from the tape itself.
yes.
And as to that interview, you don't have a great deal of testimony that you can offer the jury except to listen to the tape, correct? For
Pretty
the most
much.
part. Okay. So why are we questioning you? So then why then will we spend a few minutes questioning you? We're going to try and move it along, but obviously, as you know from previous testimony, I just want to make sure we set the stage properly and anything that may have some inquiry, and then we'll move forward. So
Okay.
let's go to one of the parts that were talked to about by Mr. Del Rionda concerning what wasn't on the tape. And that was the part about whether or not you were Catholic or Christian. And I want to just spend a moment on that, if I might. He had noticed your cross, I think you said?
Yes.
And asked you whether or not you were Catholic.
Yes.
And he told you that he was Catholic?
I don't know that he said he was Catholic. He asked if I were Catholic, and I told him that I wasn't, so I assumed that he was Catholic.
All right, and then you told him you were Christian, and his response was what again?
Because in the Catholic religion, it is always wrong to kill somebody.
And your response to that?
Was that if what you're telling me is truthful, then I don't believe that that is what God means when he means to kill somebody.
Is it your opinion that if what he was telling you is true, presuming that it was true, it was your suggestion then to comfort him in whatever he was working through?
To let him know if he was being truthful that he was in fear for his life and he had to kill Trayvon, that I don't believe that was what God meant.
Okay. And then I think it was just right after that that you had said that Trayvon Martin was not identified yet?
We did not know who he was.
And
at
that
the time.
was, yes, and that was when you communicated that to George Zimmerman, correct?
I don't know if it was directly at that same moment, but yes, we spoke about not being able to know who the victim was.
Mm-hmm.
Or I made a statement, I don't know what was in response to, was that we hadn't yet identified the victim.
And his response was that he didn't even realize that Trayvon Martin had passed, correct?
He gave me like a blank stare on his face and said, what do you mean you don't know the victim? I said, well, we don't know who he is. And he said, he's dead? And I asked him, I said to him, I thought you knew that.
At which point he just sort of sunk his head down, looking down to the floor, or to
Well,
his stomach
towards the table.
on the table, and shook his head no.
Yeah, something like this, and then, like he was just,
What did that evidence to you?
I believed him that he didn't realize he was dead based on what I had seen, but I don't want to speculate as to what it meant beyond that. I'm not sure.
There was questions about, and it was on tape, about him needing medical care. That was a concern of his, was it not, at least at one point?
Yes, at one point he said he wasn't sure if he should go.
Okay. But it was such that you talked about it and he was willing to continue with the interview rather than go to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
Did that cause you any concern?
No, only because FD had already seen him, and I assumed that they had said it was okay for him to come to the police department if he had.
During the interview with you, and I know that you would defer to the tape, but since you were the one sort of three-dimensional there with him, Did he evidence that he was angry with Trayvon Martin?
No,
That he had hatred for him,
no,
spite or ill will?
no,
That he had anything that would suggest to you some type of bad attitude towards Trayvon Martin?
no.
Rather, he seemed to be affected by the fact that he realized that Trayvon Martin had passed?
He seemed affected by that.
You were, aside from Officer Tim Smith, really the first officer to have a detailed conversation, or any conversation with him about this case, right?
Yes.
And that was about, you gave us the time, but tell us again if you can, if you recall the timing of it.
I believe I was called about 8 o'clock. So probably about prior to 9 o'clock, maybe I was speaking to him. I
So,
don't.
and if this happened at 7:15, 7:30, and he was transported after being seen by medical, you got to him within an hour and a half of the event?
I believe so.
Do you know if he had contact with anybody else besides Sanford Police Department?
I don't know. I only know what was told to me.
And that was,
Rescue, police. That was all I knew about.
of course, though not arrested, he was in police control or custody literally from the scene forward, was he not?
Yes.
And his phone was taken from him, correct?
Yes.
Mention was made that, first of all, you took the tape statement, correct? And we've heard that. And then you asked him to do a written statement. Why have both?
I believe Chris Serino asked me to have him put it on a written statement. I believe Chris Serino had asked me to have him put it on a written statement as well.
Okay. And with that microphone, it's very sensitive. If you get within about an inch or so, we can't hear. If you get more than 5 inches back, we can't hear you. So there's a range in there that if you can try and stay within, it'll help the jury hear us and all of us. And
I'll
we can
try.
hear the record. Thank you. Okay. You've had a chance to look at both of those statements, correct?
Yes.
And of course, you heard yours today, and you heard the tape today, and you even had to read the second one today, correct?
I don't recall reading,
No, I mean
having
just
read
now.
the written one prior to today.
But you just read it today.
Yes.
Okay. In 9 years or so of law enforcement experience, did you notice any significant inconsistencies in those two statements?
Significant? No.
But there were certainly some, weren't there?
I'm sure there's some.
Is that expected in your business?
Yes, most people don't tell you the same story the same way twice each time.
Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, just telling a story, you don't tend to get the exact details the same each and every time.
Okay. So when you looked at those two statements, did you consider them to be significantly different, such that you thought he was lying on one or fudging on one?
Well, I couldn't have made that determination then because I hadn't read the statement back then.
I mean, right now.
Right now, no, I don't see any significant differences.
So in your experience, when taking multiple statements from a witness, sometimes there are differences?
Yes.
How about witnesses who have gone through traumatic events? Does that affect their ability to recount stories?
Yes, as well as the same
Why is
event
that?
being viewed by two different people, it's sometimes different.
Okay. And how does a traumatic event affect their ability to retell stories multiple times?
I'm not sure how it works, but I just know that it happens.
Okay. You were present during Investigator Serino's statement as well. Well, the statement he gave to Officer Serino as well, correct?
Yes.
And did you notice significant differences in that statement compared to these two?
Not significant, no.
But some minor changes?
Some minor differences, yes.
And do you recall what they were?
I remember one where he told me that he walked away. And then in the interview, when we listened to the tape, he was telling the dispatcher that he had ran away. Like, he was running.
And when the he you're talking about, at one point he told you, he being George
George.
Zimmerman told you that Trayvon Martin walked away.
Walked between the houses.
Walked between the houses, yet a review of, let's say, Investigator Serino's statement suggests that he told Investigator Serino that Trayvon Martin had run away. And that's a difference that you noticed?
Right, and that's what it said. What he had said on the dispatch was that he ran.
Right, and I was going to say, we know from previous evidence that the dispatch non-emergency calls suggest that he ran away. And you're aware of that, aren't you?
Yes,
And that was a difference that you noted?
yes,
Consider that to be significant?
no.
Why not?
Because I just assumed that he had come in and out of view at least twice, according to him. And whether or not he was running or walking, I
Did
don't
it
think
seem...
was significant, mattered.
Okay. Do you attach, when you look at different statements and determine whether or not the differences are significant, do you attach to those differences whether or not they help tell a narrative that might be beneficial to the witness or opposed to another witness? Is that part of what you look at?
Yes, part of what we look at.
Okay. So if running or walking isn't significant to the overall narrative, it doesn't seem to catch you as being a significant difference?
It had been prior to, the running and walking occurred prior to when we know on the 911 call he had lost sight of him. So it wouldn't have changed anything. So that's why I didn't feel it was that important.
Okay. When he said to you that he had walked through past the T because he wasn't sure the name of the street that he had just left, did that cause you any concern?
I thought that as a neighborhood watch person, he would have known the names of the streets, yes.
Okay. So tell me how you absorbed that or what you thought about that.
I was wondering if he was wanting to get out of the car.
Okay. And have you had a chance to go down by the scene to see whether or not there is street signs at that area?
I know there's no street signs where he said that he parked.
Were there any questions that you asked him or any changes in his story along the way that caused you concern?
Not significantly, no.
You've had those cases, haven't you? Where witnesses are telling you a story, you might question them a little bit, and then all of a sudden they remember a whole different fact?
Yes,
Okay. Any of that happen here?
no.
When he told you that Trayvon Martin got up or said something to him, like words like "you got me" or words to that effect, did that surprise you?
No,
And when he said that he had gotten on top of Trayvon Martin to spread his hands or to do something, and he had told another person to help him, did that cause you any concern? Is that part of the presentation by Mrs. Zimmerman?
no.
In the written statement that Mrs. Zimmerman wrote out for you, focus was on the fact that he called Trayvon Martin a suspect. Did he know Trayvon Martin's name at that time?
No,
Did you?
no,
Okay. So he had to be called something, would you agree?
yes,
Did you consider to be suspect such an outrageous term to use that it caused you concern?
I didn't read it at the time.
How about today?
No, I don't think it's unusual.
Okay. Just have a moment, Your Honor. When Mr. De Leon suggested to you that Mr. Zimmerman was claiming that this happened, he was claiming that happened, and that he claimed to be going through this. Was that what he was saying to you when he was talking to you? I hereby claim that I was in fear. I hereby claim that I was walking down this
No,
roadway.
he didn't say it that way.
He was just talking to you as he was in the tape, right?
Yes,
And similarly, in the written statement, that was just him giving his story both verbally and in writing, wasn't it?
yes.
You had stated that there were two things I think I wanted to focus you on. At one point, you had stated that Mrs. Zimmerman told you that he thought Trayvon Martin might have come from some bushes. Is
Yes.
that correct? And then you also stated that he had said to you that he wasn't really exactly sure where he came from.
That's
Is that
correct.
correct?
Yes.
Do you consider that to be a significant concern, or just him attempting to explain things for you?
I didn't think that was significant because he said it was dark out there.
You've seen some of the pictures out there that night, right?
Yes,
Would you agree, if I use the term pitch black, that it was pretty much pitch black out there?
yes,
And you know that there are no, first of all, you know that there are bushes out there, correct?
there's bushes, I believe, on the end of the buildings.
I'm going to have just a moment.
And also, I believe there's bushes around some of the people who have air conditioners. They go around, I believe. There's bushes in those areas as well.
I have a moment to have a couple of these marked, Your Honor. And there may not be an objection, so I'll just move them into evidence.
There's no objection. I believe they're.
I think they're in. For ease of use, I have them right here.
Do you want to use them as a composite exhibit or
I
individually?
think the clerk likes us to have them individual, so I'll use individual if I might, Your Honor. Yes.
So if there's no objection, one of them, I don't know which one you're handing to the clerk first, will come in as Defense Exhibit 21. The second one will come in as Defense Exhibit 22.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Officer Singleton, I'm going to show you pictures not of the way the scene was that night, but the next day, and ask if this is what you're familiar with. I'm going to show you both 22 and 21 because they're of a similar area. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, how there's bushes. I believe there's probably an air conditioner back here. And then this shows the end of the building.
So if you would just identify the
sir.
number as you show it to the jury.
There's
If you would
likely a-
first, the number.
144?
It's,
HH.
It's 22.
Oh, this one, 22, okay.
Thank you.
I believe there's probably an air conditioner back here. So there's some bushes there. And then this is the end of the building. And there's bushes along the wall.
And if you would show the jury the similar locations on Exhibit 21.
Here and here.
And again, also further down in front of each unit, correct?
Yes, each unit has bushes around their air conditioners, from what I can tell from that
Thank you.
picture.
Of course, none of those bushes had any lights in them from your view of the nighttime photographs, do they?
No, there's no lights in the bushes.
Thank you. So it was not a concern of yours that Mr. Zimmerman first said he may have come out of bushes and then said not exactly sure where he came from?
Right.
Did that seem to be an event that, or a difference that could cause you any concern whatsoever?
No, I was just looking at the bushes while we were out there trying to figure out, this kid's pretty tall, like what bushes, if he did come out of bushes, would he most likely be coming from?
Okay. Would you agree with the pictures that we saw of that night that he could easily have simply just come out of the darkness?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Nothing further than Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any redirect?
Officer Singleton, wouldn't you agree that what's significant or what's not significant is up to the jury?
Sure.
your just subjective state of mind, right? In terms of you have an opinion based on what he asked you. Mr.
Yes, he
Romero
asked me for my opinion.
right? And when you agree with us, what's important is what the jury believes, correct?
It's important what they believe, yes.
Okay. Now, isn't it true, ma'am, when Mr. O'Mara kept asking you questions, that you had not been out to the scene at that time? When
I
you spoke to
wasn't,
the defendant?
I'd never gone to the scene that night.
And isn't it also true that the defendant is telling you that he thought the person you now know, the 17-year-old boy, was alive, correct?
I object, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
The defendant told you, I believe you told Mr. O'Mara that he said he was surprised to learn that Trayvon Martin was alive.
He didn't say that. When
How did he react when you told him he was dead?
he said he's dead.
And that left you the
Right.
impression that he thought he was
That-
alive.
That was my impression, that I thought he was alive, that I believed that he thought that he was alive.
And Mr. Zimmerman, the defendant, in his statements to you, told you that he was scared of the defendant, of Mr. Zimmerman, I'm sorry, of Trayvon Martin.
Let me object, Your Honor. That's a mischaracterization of the evidence in the testimony to date. So I would.
I'll be glad to rephrase it.
Okay, thank you.
In his statements to you, Mr. Zimmerman told you that he claims that the defendant was being bashed, his head was being bashed into the concrete, correct?
Slammed into the concrete.
Slammed. And he had to shoot the person you now know as Trayvon Martin, correct?
That's what he said he did.
That's what he said he did. You weren't there.
I wasn't there.
You don't know whether that's true or not.
No, I don't know whether that's true or not.
But he told you, at some point you told him that the victim was actually dead, correct?
Yes,
And how did he react?
shocked.
Okay. Do you know why, if Mr. Zimmerman, the defendant, claimed or didn't realize that the victim was dead, why he would holster his gun back if he was so scared of Trayvon Martin? If he was still alive, why he would holster his gun back?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Sustained, this is speculation.
Do you know why Mr. Zimmerman told you he holstered his gun back? Did he elaborate on that?
Objection, Your. I'm sorry. I think that was a factual question. I apologize.
Did Mr. Zimmerman elaborate as to why he would holster his gun back if he thought the victim was alive?
He didn't put those two terms together.
That wasn't significant to you?
I don't know if that's significant.
Well, tell me, how many times have you gone out to a scene where you were trying to apprehend a suspect, right? A person that you
Yes.
believe is in committing a crime, and you don't believe the person or you think the person's a threat at you, do you holster your gun if the person's still at large or moving around?
No,
What do?
I wait till it's safe.
Right? You keep the gun on the person until you make sure he's either dead or he's apprehended, correct?
Yes,
By the way, did you use the word suspect or did he, Mr. Zimmerman, use the word suspect?
I didn't use the word suspect to him.
And so when Mr. O'Mara asked you about the word suspect not being significant, that is because you're used to using the word suspect when you're apprehending or describing somebody who you feel or you suspect is committing a crime, correct?
Yes, that's what I use.
Do you know why Mr. Zimmerman switched from using the word they to suspect when he referred to the victim?
Object, Your Honor. That would be speculation.
Sustained.
You would agree that that would be pure speculation, right?
Yes,
You can't,
Her answer would be speculation, or I'm sorry, I object on
The changing of
speculation.
the terms would be for her to be
Yes, Your Honor.
speculation.
you agree that that would be you speculating, correct?
yes,
Just like all the questions that Mr. O'Mara asked you about significance and all that, that would be you speculating, correct?
which question?
All the questions he asked you about whether you knew that Mr. Zimmerman, the defendant, had ill will, hatred, or angry at Trayvon Martin. You weren't able to get into Mr. Zimmerman's mind at the time he did the shooting, were you?
No,
You weren't able to get into his mind as to why he followed this person, were you?
only what he told me.
So So you didn't know what was in his heart or in his mind at the time that he sought out, or to use his words, followed the 17-year-old unarmed boy.
I only knew what he told me.
You were also asked about whether there was an eyewitness or not there. You hadn't interviewed anybody up to the point you interviewed a defendant, had you?
No, I didn't speak to anybody prior to speaking with Zimmerman.
If I can have a moment to Mr. Romero asked you about the screaming. Remember Mr. Romero asking you questions about recording, about screaming?
Yes,
Okay. Mr. Zimmerman, the defendant told you that he saw people out there, correct?
yes.
So he had to have known that if somebody was screaming, whether it was him or somebody else, somebody would have heard it.
Someone potentially heard it because they came out and they said he's seen them.
Right?
Or he said he's seen at least one person.
Right. The defendant is just claiming that it was him. You can't say whether it was him or not, can you?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
You
the
can't
question.
say that it was Mr. Zimmerman, the defendant, who was screaming for help.
I can't say that, no.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just so we're clear, I had you talk about whether or not Mr. Zimmerman had ill will, hatred, spite, and the other ones that are necessary for second-degree murder. I wasn't asking you to speculate. I want to be very clear. What I asked you for was whether or not you had any evidence. You know what evidence, of course, is, right? So, did you have any evidence to support a contention that Mr. Zimmerman acted in your presence in such a way that you thought he had ill will?
And that's what I thought you asked me, and that's
I
what I
think
was
it was. I
answering.
just want to clear it
And
up.
no, he didn't evidence any of that.
You know, no spite, no hatred, no animosity, did he?
If he had it, he didn't show it.
So the only evidence you would be able to present on that issue, not your speculation, but just the evidence, would be that you didn't see any.
I didn't see him act out anything.
And I think you said that if you were in a shooting situation, right, even where you just have to draw your service revolver, you would not reholster it until you were safe. Is that accurate?
I would reholster it once I believed the threat was no longer.
Right. Like maybe when another officer came up with a flashlight,
Yes.
you knew you had backup. At that point, would you feel more comfortable putting it away?
Absolutely.
Okay. When another witness came up, and when you realized that the person who you just had to shoot was staying face down, would that give you good cause to believe it was now safe to reholster your weapon?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Any of you read that?
The ill will, hatred, what you're saying is that at the time you were interviewing, he was not showing ill will or hatred, correct?
Right.
Okay. Because he, Mr. Zimmerman, wouldn't you agree, was trying to convince you that he hadn't done anything wrong, right?
I asked him to tell me what happened, and he, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Singleton, Officer Singleton, be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we approach a moment before we make that decision?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Officer Singleton, you're excused from the courtroom, but you're still on recall. under subpoena. Thank you very much. The state please call their next witness.
May we call Investigator or Officer Chris Serino?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Could you state your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, sir. Christopher F. Serino.
What is your occupation?
I'm a Sanford police officer,
How long have you been a member of the Sanford Police Department?
going on 16 years.
And prior to that, did you have some law enforcement experience, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
Could you briefly tell us about that?
With the Department of Defense out of Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, as a uniformed federal police officer.
How long were you so employed?
2 years.
What are your current duties with the Sanford Police Department?
A patrol officer.
Okay. And how long have you been a patrol officer this time? I know you've gone back and forth.
I believe since July or August of last year.
Okay. Back in February of 2012, were you assigned to the Investigative Division or Major Crime Section unit?
Yes, sir, I was.
And how many tours have you done in that unit and then also back to patrol? Is that a normal thing, or tell us about that briefly?
It's a lateral transfer position. This is my third tour back there.
I want to draw your attention to February 26th of 2012. Were you the on-call investigator, and did you respond to the retreat at Twin Lakes?
Yes, sir, I was.
Approximately what time do you believe you got there?
I believe I got there at approximately 8 p.m.
And when you arrived there, were there officers already present?
Yes, sir, there were.
Okay. Was the body of the person later identified to you as Trayvon Benjamin Martin still at the scene, sir?
Yes, he was.
And was the person who shot Trayvon Martin, that is George Zimmerman, still at the scene when you arrived?
No, he was not.
And did you remain at the scene and later go to the Sanford Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the scene, did you speak to officers there?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you also meet with witnesses?
Yes, sir, I did.
When you first arrived, had the body of the victim, Trayvon Martin, been identified at that point?
No, sir, he had not.
Okay. And at that time, you didn't know who he was or whether he even lived in that area, is that correct?
No, sir, we didn't know.
Were attempts made to identify him at the scene, sir?
Yes, there were.
And can you briefly tell us how that was done, sir?
By facial recognition of officers that were there, by canvassing the area for potential people that may have known who he was. We ultimately were able to obtain a device. It's called the live scan device, and we checked his fingerprints to see if they were on file in our database, and we had no results.
So everything was negative in terms of being able to identify the person you now know as Trayvon Benjamin Martin?
Yes, sir. All attempts were negative.
Okay. And later, in fact, did you further check at the Sanford Police Department and his name did not appear in your all's records, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, later that evening, did you end up going to the Sanford Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you recall exactly what time you got there?
It was around midnight.
Okay. When you came into the Sanford Police Department, did you end up having contact with the person now known to you as George Zimmerman?
Yes, I did.
Could you please identify him by stating where he is seated in an article of clothing that he wears?
At the defense table, Mr. Bracelet.
Your Honor, if the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
When you came into contact with the defendant, George Zimmerman, were you aware that he already had been interviewed by investigator Dorris Singleton?
Yes, sir.
And did you have a very brief interview with him right after midnight, around 12:05 or so a.m.?
Yes, I did.
And before I play that, was that interview recorded in terms of a audio recording?
Yes, sir, it was.
This investigator's from the
I
San
apologize.
Police Department. Today's date is
For purpose of the record, Your Honor, I believe we need to introduce that into evidence as the next exhibit. It's going to be number 179. It's previously been shown to defense counsel, and they have no objection.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, comes in as State's Exhibit 179.
This investigator's from the San Police Department. Today's date is Monday, February the 27th, 2012. It's now 12:05 a.m. I'm located at the San Francisco Police Station, 815 West 13th Street, City of San Francisco, County, Florida. Present in the room with George Zimmerman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your date of birth, sir?
10-5-83.
Highest level of education.
Associates.
Okay, you've been written in what?
Pardon?
In what?
Criminal justice.
Okay. You've been read your rights correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you understand that you're not quite free to go because we're in the process of, but you're not quite going to jail, that kind of stuff?
Yes, sir.
I got the gist of it all. I'm going to ask a quick question. This photograph what I'm showing you right here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you recognize that face?
No, sir.
Okay, this is the person that had the incident with you today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's going to be important for you to understand. I'll show you the pictures later on. I don't know who he is. Okay, real briefly, I'm going to give you what I got. Okay, you were going to the store.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you saw somebody who felt to be suspicious.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this suspicious person, because of the break-in in the neighborhood, you decided to call 911.
No, sir. The
Okay.
non-emergency line.
You called 911?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the 665, 6650, or the others?
5199.
Okay, so you did non-emergency, okay. You reported a suspicious person?
Yes, sir.
You followed this person?
Yes, sir.
You lost visual on this person? Where did this whole thing start at?
Retreat view circle in the
Okay, tomorrow morning, daylight hours, do you work?
yes, sir.
Where?
Digital risk Maitland,
When do you get out of work?
5 p.m.
Okay, when do you start work?
9 a.m.
Okay, 5 p.m. tomorrow, when you get off work, when you get home, can you call me?
Yes, sir.
So we can go ahead and walk through the scene entirely?
Class tomorrow.
Okay.
I can skip it.
Can you get a note? Who's your instructor? What are you taking?
I'm continuing my bachelor's
In criminal justice? Which university?
in political science. SCC, the UCF.
UCF partnership. Okay. What time does class start?
6:30.
We could probably do this in half an hour. Okay. I want to retrace your path. Okay. Exactly what happened. I want to videotape this. The difference between statutes and homicide and justifiable homicide, use of force. You're aware of them. You have a degree. You're familiar with what we're talking about here, right? Okay. You follow this person. You lose sight of this person. You're walking in the darkness out there. You have a flashlight.
It was dead. I had one, but it was dead.
You had to hit it a couple times. It's on right now. So.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Okay. It's probably the one I have. You gotta smack it around a couple times. This person jumped you from somewhere.
Yes, sir.
From the darkness.
Yes, sir.
Did he say anything to you?
Yes, sir.
What did he say to you?
When he came up to me, he said, "You got a problem?" And I said, "No." And then I went to reach for my phone to find my phone to call 911 instead of non-emergency.
Okay.
And then he punched me. He said, "You have a problem now," and then he punched me in the face.
Let's just say, okay, you have a problem now. Okay. He punched you, you fell.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you got injuries. Where you punched in your face or your chest or where?
In my face.
Okay.
My head. I mean, all over my head.
Okay. You cleaned up already because Officer Smith said you were pretty much battered when.
Yes, sir.
Okay. He mounted you basically.
Yes, sir.
And he started to beat up on you?
Yes, sir.
At what point did you draw your weapon?
After he hit my head against the concrete several times,
Okay.
I yelled out for help, and then he tried to smother my mouth and my
Who
nose.
yelled for help?
I did.
Okay. And at which point he did what?
He smothered my mouth and my nose.
Okay.
And when he did that, I tried to slide out and squirm.
Uh-huh.
And I realized it was away from him or, you know, I just
So he was going for your gun?
Yes, sir.
What kind of gun was it?
Kel-Tec PF9.
9 millimeter?
9 millimeter.
Okay, semi-automatic?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of ammunition?
I think it was hollow point.
Okay. Okay. What happened then?
I shot him
It was unholstered entirely? You cleared the holster
Yes,
and
sir.
you shot him?
Yes, sir.
One time?
one time.
Okay. When you shot him, what happened?
He kind of sat up and he said, "You got me."
Okay.
And so I don't remember if I pushed him or he fell, but somehow I got out from under him.
Uh-huh.
And when he was hitting me, I don't know what he was hitting me with. I thought he had something in his hands.
Uh-huh.
So I grabbed his hands when I was on top of him, and I spread his hands away from his body because he was still talking. And I was on top of him. And that's when somebody came, and they had a flashlight too.
Okay.
And I thought it was a police officer, so I got off of him.
What was he saying when he was talking to you?
I don't know. After you got me, I don't remember.
Okay. If you're going to have anxiety over this and nightmares and everything else, so you're probably going to have a hard time with this whole thing. I'm here for that. That's all I can give you between now until tomorrow. I can get you other kinds of help afterwards, okay? But you got to go and get some rest. Is there anything else you want to add? So in your mind's eye, this person was committing no good over there. You followed in good faith to go ahead and see what he was doing. He jumped you. He attacked you, okay? He reached for your gun. You discharged. You got off of him. You only shot once. Police arrived. You surrendered, and here you are.
He told me he was going to kill me.
Exactly. He said he was going to kill you. Okay. Anything else you want to add? You've already maybe once already. Probably done. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put this in now. 12:10.
Investigator Serino, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Investigator Serino, you mentioned in the interview with the defendant that you showed him a photograph. Would this have been the photograph you would have shown him?
I believe so, sir.
Right, if I may publish that to the jury?
Yes, you may. Investigator Serino, when you showed him this photograph, the defendant told you he didn't know the person, correct?
That's correct, sir.
When you spoke to him, I want to show you some photographs. I'll probably need Ms. Waldrop's help. Get the photographs. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, but you're on the side. You see that in front of you, State's Exhibit 64?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this the condition that you observed the defendant, Mr. Zimmerman, when you spoke to him, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I don't think I need the lights anymore. My question is, when you spoke to him, did you have any problems understanding him when he spoke to you?
No, sir, I did not.
Did he have any problems understanding you, sir?
No, sir.
Did you threaten him in any way in order to get him to make any statements, sir?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you make him any promise in order to get him to make his statements?
No.
Your observations of the defendant that evening, did you consider those injuries to be minor, major, or what?
Minor.
You mentioned you made arrangements, and that recording is reflected, to meet with him later the next, I guess it technically would have been the morning of the 27th, later that evening, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, later that morning, before you made contact with defendant, did you become aware of a missing person report that turned out to be Trayvon Martin?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you respond back to the scene and go to 2631 Retreat View Circle, where Brandy Green lived and where Trayvon Martin was staying that weekend?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes, you may.
Do you have the chart by any chance? There's two of them. Investigator Serino, I'll show you Distinct Exhibit 140. When you came into contact with Brandy Green, and I believe also Tracy Martin, would that have been at 2631?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you understood Mr. Martin, Trayvon Martin, was staying the day he got killed?
Yes, he was.
Want to make sure I get the right place. It's right here.
The third?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Did you end up showing Tracy Martin a photograph, and did he identify that person as his son?
Yes, I did.
Now, sir, I want to draw your attention to February 27th, that same day. Did you later come into contact with the defendant, George Zimmerman, at the retreat at Twin Lakes, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And were you present when the defendant was interviewed? Specifically, he was put in a car with Sergeant Randy Smith, and you followed with investigator Singleton, and then later the defendant actually gets out of the vehicle and demonstrates to you or describes what he claims occurred?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you reviewed that video?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And for the record, Your Honor, it's State's Exhibit 181. And Your Honor, before we play it, we do have an instruction that we would request the court to read at that time. It's titled, State's Proposed Jury Instruction Regarding Redaction of Defendant's Interview with Sanford Police Investigators.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at the direction of the court, certain portions of the defendant's interview with the Sanford Police Department investigators have been excised or redacted based on legal determinations made by the court. The parts excised or redacted are not relevant, and you are not to concern yourselves with why this occurred or with the content of any excised or redacted portions. Thank you.
And with the court's permission, may we publish that to the jury now? This right here is going to be the defendant in Sergeant Randy Smith's car, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Everybody behave. And action. Passing retreat view, one retreat view. Today's date is February the 27th. It's now 5:20 in the afternoon, 17:20 hours. And this is reference to sample police case number 2012
1136.
1136.
Right here, right in front of this house.
Okay. Right in front of 1460?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was he was walking in between the buildings, or?
He was walking like in the grassy area, like up towards, kind of between these two poles, and like I said, it was rainy, and he was just leisurely looking at the house, and like I said, my wife I left for the grocery store, and I just felt like something was off about him.
Right.
So I said, and there's been a history of break-ins in that building, and I called previously about this house.
Right.
When the police arrived at this house, when I called the first time, the windows were open and the door was unlocked. And the police came and secured it. So I said, you know what, it's better to just call, and I kept driving. I passed him, and he kept staring at me and staring around, looking around to see who else was. I don't know why he was looking at me.
Did he walk off from there, or did he stop there last night?
He stopped, and he like looked around, and that's what threw me off. Was it's raining. I didn't understand why somebody would be just stopping in the rain, especially, I mean, it wasn't like he was trying to run to get out of the rain, and I had never seen him before. Didn't look like he was exercising.
Where was he standing at when he stopped?
Right in front of 1460.
On the sidewalk or in the grass?
Yeah, the grassy area.
Right in the grassy area? Okay. That's about right in front of where the car is?
Yes, sir.
And then
I drove past him.
Okay.
And I went to the clubhouse.
All right.
Up here on the right-hand side.
And parked up there?
Yes, sir.
And what was his, naturally, you're good, naturally he left. He caught up to you up here, or?
Yes, I called the non-emergency line, and when I got through, I parked at the clubhouse.
All right.
And they asked me, where I was, and I told them the clubhouse, and I think I gave them the address to the clubhouse.
Where'd you park at?
Right up here next to that green truck. I don't think that truck was there, but I just pulled up.
Okay. So you just pulled in here?
Yes, sir.
And this is where you got out?
No. This is where I just stopped to call, and then he walked past me, and he kept looking at my car, and still looking around at the houses and stuff. So then the dispatcher said, where did he go? What direction did he go in? And I said, I don't know. I lost, because he cut down here and made a right. I guess it's Twin Trees Lane. He made a right in there. And they said, well, what direction did he go in? And I said, I don't know. I can't see him.
Okay.
And they said, can you get to somewhere where you can see him? And I said, yeah, I can. So I backed out.
All right.
And I made this right. Right about where that sign is in the yard.
In front of the Ford truck?
Yes, and I saw him standing right about here. And I saw him walking back that way and then cut through the back of the houses. He looked back and he noticed me and he cut back through the houses. I was still on the phone with non-emergency. And then he came back and he started walking up towards the grass and then came down and circled my car. And I told the operator that. He was circling my car. I didn't hear if he said anything.
Right.
But he had his hand in his waistband. And I think I told the operator that. And they said, where are you? And I could not remember the name of the street. Because I don't live on this street.
Right.
Retreat View Circle goes in a circle.
Right.
And I said, I don't know. And he goes, we need an address. And I said, I don't know an address. I think I gave them my address. And they said, give us directions to get to you. And I said, if you tell the police to go straight at the clubhouse and make a left, my truck will be there. And again, they asked me where he went, what direction he went in. And I said, I don't know. And then I thought to get out and look for a street sign.
Right.
So I got out of my car and I started walking.
Go ahead.
Oh. I was still on the phone with non-emergency and I started walking
Okay.
down this way. And because I didn't see a street sign here, but I knew if I went straight through that's Retreat View Circle, and I could give him an address because he said, just give me the address of the house you're in front of. And there's no address because this is the back of the house. So I walked straight through here, and I didn't see him at all. I was walking, and I was still on the phone with the non-emergency.
Okay.
I got to about here, and I had a flashlight with me.
Okay.
The flashlight was dead though, and I looked around and I didn't see anybody. And I told non-emergency, I said, you know what? He's gone. He's not even here.
Right.
So I still thought I could use their address, so I walked all the way through. I actually walked all the way to the street, and I was going to give them this address, and they said, well, if he's not there, do you still want a police officer? And I said, yes. And they said, do you still want a police officer? And I said, yes. And they said, are you following him? Oh, I'm sorry, back there, they said, are you following him? And I said, yes, because I was, in the area. And they said, we don't need you to do that. And I said, okay. So that's when I walked straight through here to get the address so that I could meet the police officer. And then they said, I said, he's not here. They said, do you still want him to come? And I said, yes. And they said, where do you want him to come to? And I said, you know what, just tell him to meet me at my truck next to the clubhouse. If you go straight into the clubhouse and makes a left, I have a Honda Ridgeline, silver Honda Ridgeline is parked right there. I'll meet him right there. So I started walking back. I passed here, I looked, I didn't see anything again, and I was walking back to my truck. And then when I got to right about here, he yelled from behind me to the side of me. He said, yo, you got a problem? And I turned around, and I said, no, I don't have a problem, man.
Where was he at?
He was about there, but he was walking towards me.
This direction here.
Yes, sir. Like I said, I was already past that, so I didn't see exactly where he came from. But he was about where you were.
Okay.
And I said, no, I don't have a problem. And I went to go grab my cell phone, but I left it in a different pocket. I looked down in my pant pocket, and he said, you got a problem now. And then he was here, and he punched me in the face.
Right here?
Right up around here.
Okay.
To be honest,
That's fine.
I don't remember exactly. I think I stumbled, and I fell down, he pushed me down, somehow he got on top of me.
On the grass or on the cement?
It was more over towards here. I think I was trying to push him away from me, and then he got on top of me somewhere around here. And that's when I started screaming for help. I started screaming, help, help, as loud as I could. And then is when he grabbed me. Oh, I tried to sit up, and that's when he grabbed me by the head and tried to slam my head down. And
Were you on the cement or were you on the...
my body was on the grass. My head was on the cement.
You can see your basically face on this one.
As I could fit through my jacket. Like my grass, and my head was on the when he was hitting my head, it felt like my head was going to explode, and I thought I was going to lose consciousness. So I tried to squirm so that I could get, because he only had a small portion of my head on the concrete. So I tried to squirm off the concrete. And when I did that, somebody here opened the door, and And I said, help me. And they said, I'll call 911. I said, no, help me. I need help. And I don't know what they did, but that's when my jacket moved up and I had my firearm on my right side hip. My jacket moved up and he saw it. I feel like he saw it. He looked at it and he said, you're gonna die tonight, motherfucker. And he reached for it, but he reached, like I felt his arm going down to my side. And I grabbed it, and I just grabbed my firearm, and I shot him. One time.
After you shot him, keep on going, what did he say?
After I shot him, he like sat up.
You're still in this position here, basically.
Yes, sir.
You're down here. You shot him, so he's in the breast.
Yes, sir. He was on top of me like this, and I shot him. And I didn't think I hit him, because he sat up, and he said, oh, you got me. You got it, you got me, you got it, something like that. So I thought he was just saying, I know you have a gun now, I heard it, I'm giving up. So I don't know if I pushed him off me or he fell off me. Either way, I got on top of him and I pushed his arms apart. And I said,
Kind of flipped him over?
I don't remember
That's
how I got on top of him, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
But I got on his back and I moved his arms apart because when he was repeatedly hitting me in the face and the head, I thought he had something in his hands. So I moved his hands apart.
So you had him face down then?
Yes, face down, and I was on his back. And then somebody came with a flashlight, and I thought it was a police officer. So I said, are you the police? And I still had my handgun out, and I told him, I said, are you the police? And my gun's right here. And he goes, no, I'm not. I'm calling the police. I said, don't call the police. Help me restrain this guy. And he said, I'm calling the police. And I said, I already called. They're on their way. They're coming. I need your help. And then's when the police officer came around. I saw the police officer. So I stood up and I holstered my weapon. And he said, who shot him? And I said, I did. And I put my hands up. I said, I did. And I don't know if he told me to, or I just automatically turned my back to him. And I lifted my shirt and I said, my gun's right there. And I told him a few times, I said, my gun's right there. And he goes, okay, I understand. I just need you to keep your hands up. And he put the handcuffs on me, and then he took my firearm from me.
Any questions?
I don't have anything else that
No, sir.
you got no idea where he came from, or if he was over in this area? You walked by here, you never saw him?
No, I didn't see him at all. I looked as I was on the phone with the non-emergency. I looked, and I didn't see him at all. And I said, he's gone. I think I said something to the effect.
What was lighting about that time?
It's dark.
Dark.
We fight with that
None
all
of the
the
porch
time.
lights were on? Nothing out back here?
No.
It's real dark. We're gonna recamp at 7:30. See, get a better. So 7:15 this happened, right? 7:15.
I could look at my phone. The only thing I saw was what was on my front door, from Sanford PD, that he lived in the neighborhood. I have a broken nose. She said I could use stitches, but she'd rather not put them in, as long as I didn't mess with my head, because the skin was already healing nicely. She said she didn't have to put stitches in right away.
Is it emergency room or your primary care?
My primary care.
Does it give you the African insurance or anything?
Pain medicine, and she gave me a referral for an ENT because she said that the swelling wouldn't let them do anything to my nose right now. But once the swelling went down, if I had a deviated septum or a disfigured septum, they would be able to fix it, but there's nothing they could do right now.
Okay. Let's go back to your house and talk over there. Let me see what this person has to say. I'll meet you back over in a second. Let me see what this person has to say. Would it help as far as your injuries documented from something like that, if possible?
Oh,
If not,
I'll ask her for them.
Yeah.
She made note of everything.
Let me write them down with this.
Yeah, just like turn around, get the back of his head, butterfly.
Do you want me to move? I said, do you want me to move or are you moving? I'm sorry. Moving also.
It's always better to have you say a couple words to her.
Oh, she said I had a,
Your brother saw something that we needed to know. It's always better to have
sprained SI. Something about my sciatic something. And she gave me just this scrapes there. I don't think so. No, I had a long sleeve shirt and a jacket on top. So. No, he was just focused on my head. There's the little bruising there. There's on there. There's a cut
It's like
here.
the swelling went down, because I remember yesterday, I remember seeing swelling around right here, and I don't see it now.
And my wife is an RN student, so she went to work. It's good to keep her busy, I guess.
Investigator Serino, I want to move now to February the 29th. Did you have further contact with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was that at the police, Sanford Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Was an interview conducted of the defendant on that day?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And were his Miranda rights given by Investigator Singleton?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Your Honor, in terms of time frame, we're going to play a recording now. It's about 45 minutes or so, so I'm fine, but I don't know.
Recess before we begin the recording, or just go forward? You're good? Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move into evidence, State Exhibit 181. I'm sorry, that was already, it is, I apologize, 182.
Okay, no objection?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, 182 will come into evidence.
And Your Honor, we would ask that the court read the same instructions we previously.
I need it from the clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, at the direction of the court, certain portions of defendant's interview with the Sanford Police Department investigators have been excised or redacted based on legal determinations made by the court. The parts excised or redacted are not relevant, and you are not to concern yourselves with why this occurred or with the content of any excised or redacted portions.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
You had previously testified about a recording that was audio. This one is actually videotaped, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There are parts of it, though, that apparently you have a recorder, too, that's only audio. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you're not in the room, I guess there's audio parts, and then you also, at the end, leave the room with the defendant and, I believe, Investigator Singleton, too, where it's only audio because you go somewhere else where there's not an ability to videotape this.
Yes, sir.
But you're back in the room, just after read them to you again, and then I'll just have you sign them like you did before. It's just a different format. The other one was on a cord and this is on. Constitution requires, I inform you, that you have the right to remain silent. Anything said will be used in court as evidence against you. You are entitled to talk to an attorney now or have them present now or anytime during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you without cost. Do you desire to consult with an attorney first or have one during this interview? Okay. If at any time hereafter you wish to remain silent or have an attorney present, all questioning will be stopped. Okay. Has anyone at any time threatened, coerced, promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement? No? Okay. Do you understand your rights?
Yes.
Okay. And do you want to talk with us at this time?
Yes.
Okay. And silence doesn't mean you're not going home. You got to go home regardless tonight. But,
I didn't even know that.
I just don't want you to think, I'm sorry. I mean, because normally it's because you're in custody. You're not really in custody. You can't be voluntarily, right?
Yes.
Okay. I witnessed this. And how you doing?
Better.
Yeah, you look better. I'll be right back. Actually, you should too. You can do it? Oh, you got one. Look at that. I got one of the chance. Got one bathroom back here. Go back to the
She is surprisingly well.
Sweet. I think I was in here first that time.
Stronger than me.
Sorry?
Stronger than me.
She's stronger than you.
Can I see an irrelevant question?
Just wait till he's in here. He's the lead investigator.
It doesn't have to do with the investigation.
Oh, yeah, it is.
When that neighbor came up and was talking to me, you got up next to him. Did you get up next to him because you thought he was like... Did you position yourself strategically like that?
No, I was just trying to hear what he was saying.
Oh.
He seemed nervous.
Uh-oh.
I didn't think he was like gonna beat you up enough. Is that what you mean?
I thought you were... Because the four of you kind of got in between.
That's just natural.
Oh.
Do it so many times that way.
When you kept your firearm away from that thing.
Yeah, that's normal. You get used to doing that. Well, I'm going to do that work. Finished. Hopefully. I'm going to try to come in.
This investigator Serino of the Sanford Police Department. Today's date is Wednesday, February the 29th, 2012. We locate the Sanford Police Department, 815 West 13th Street, City of Sanford, Seminole County, Florida. The time is now 17:19 hours. That's 5:19 p.m. Here to discuss case number 2012-501136, the shooting death of a Trayvon Benjamin Martin, which occurred on February 26th. It was a Sunday at approximately 7:30 p.m.
Let me make sure the record's clear. That prior 20 seconds or so, actually, are you outside the interview room and are you recording on your recorder before you walk in?
Yes, sir, I am.
And when you come into the interview room, does that recorder stay on in addition to the videotape that's going on?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Better? What happened this evening is that you essentially saw somebody who you would think that was doing something wrong. Yes. enforcement at all? I mean, any kind of...
Just the legal side of it, the
constitutional law. Okay, so you went through but as far as identifying people and stuff like that, as far as what you look forward to make them really suspicious?
just when we organized an annual neighborhood watch event, they told us, like with I think a PowerPoint presentation, these flyers.
I wasn't privy to that, but if you guys continue neighborhood watch, typically speaking, at nighttime, the garb is black on black on black with a black hoodie. Now this guy had a dark gray hoodie, so it was dark, but his pants were beige. Not quite your, prime suspect type, but I listened to the phone call that you made to the non-emergency line. Okay. Is what time? What was going through at the time?
2 or 3 weeks prior to that, I'd seen somebody looking in the window of the house that he was in front of.
Was he wearing black?
Black.
Okay.
And the guy that lives there, I know he's actively watching. He's Caucasian. The guy, the suspicious looking guy, went up to the house. I was walking my dog around the neighborhood, and he walked up to the house, and he was smoking. I'm sorry, he wasn't smoking at that time. He turned around, and he saw me walking my dog. So he lit a cigarette and leaned up against the wall, pretending like he lived there. And so I walked past him, and I called non-emergency. And I got under a street lit, and they asked me if I could see where he went, or if he went inside the house. I said no. And they said, can you get to where you can see? I really don't want to move from this area. And they needed the address, and I don't know, my adrenaline was rushing, 1,000 things went through my mind. I gave them what I thought was my address, further down in the 1900 building, instead of the 1400. And when I walked to see the address, I saw the end of the house, and he was at the side of the house looking in the window. He either threw or spit he looked at me, threw spit his cigarette out, and then ran around the back. So I told non-emergency, I think it was still non-emergency at that time, that, I don't know where you guys are coming from, but he's around back. And I don't know where he went. And I stayed in front of the house where the streetlight was. And I waited and I waited and I waited, and then it hit me. The police came and drove past me. And then is when it hit me that I gave them what I thought was my address instead of that address. I called back and I said, the correct address. The police officer came back. I didn't even see because the house was completely dark. The window was open. So, and the front door wasn't, the police later told me the front door was unlocked. All the windows were open in the house. And the front door was unlocked. The garage was open. So they went in. They cleared the house. They asked me for the owner's name and phone number. And then they asked him for permission. They went inside the house, blah, 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 blah. Then the next week, not at that building, but at the next building on the end unit, the guy I saw broke in, apparently stole a laptop, from what I understand, ran off, but one of the maintenance guys saw him and was able to give the police the direction of where he was going, and he was actually arrested. So when I saw him in the same area in front of the guy's house that I know tends to keep it unsecured, and he was looking into the house, I just thought something doesn't fit right here.
And this is the one prior to this one, right?
No, I'm sorry. That's why I felt this was suspicious.
Okay. What did you see Trayvon doing that caught you as being suspicious?
He was looking at the house intently, and then...
What, the same house?
The same house that I had called about before.
Did he stop?
He stopped.
In front of the house?
He stopped in front of the house, and then I drove... There was a car, backing up, so I slowed down, and then I drove around him, and he kept looking at me, and then when I passed
this person been like? Would you feel the same way?
Yes.
So we're in the process of going through his phone. We got a little bit of the battery died. We're still working on that. There's a possibility that whatever happened between you and him is caught on videotape. And this is going to be our final interview. I'm not talking anymore after this. We're good. You know what I'm saying? That right there. That's his cell phone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's a camera. There's a very strong possibility that the phone is either going to help you or, you know, not help you. And that's why I got to clarify a few things about what happened out there. How tall are you, Mr. Eway?
5'8", 194.
Okay. Trevor's a 6 foot, about 150 pounds. That's him, that's the gunshot you put in him, we're right through his heart. Okay, skinny kid. Obviously, like I said, a lot of questions are being brought up. Like I said, if there's anything that you haven't said that might be in that phone,
I prayed to God that someone videotapes it, or that the neighborhood had put up a video camera that I didn't know about or something.
that's not guaranteed, but like I said, it's a possibility. I'm hoping myself. Okay? Another thing too, as far as 25 and 30 punches, I've consulted with a lot of people, not quite consistent with your injuries. You do have injuries, however. How did he manage to bang your head? Okay, correct me if I misunderstood what you said here as far as slamming the head into the concrete, into the cement thing. So how did he do that?
I was on my back after he first punched me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I immediately fell down, or he threw me down, or I was stumbling. I ended up on my back,
Mm-hmm.
and he was on top of me, mounted,
Okay.
and he kept punching me. And then when I started yelling for help, that's when he grabbed my head and started just slamming me.
Grab your head. By your ears? By, how to say?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Every time he punched my nose, it just...
How many times? Okay. How many times you got punched in the nose? A couple.
I don't remember.
Okay, you never got a chance to hit him. You have no defense wounds here. Any bruising on your body at all?
No.
No broken ribs, no fractured ribs, none of that?
No.
Pain? No?
My doctor said I sprained my SI. It feels like a big bruise, but it's deep in there. So.
Is that what it was like this happened?
Pardon?
Did you see his face like this when that happened?
No, sir.
Okay. He's young, tall and skinny, 17. That's him again. It's not sure he's going to have to somebody meet his family. That's just how these things work eventually. And they have a lot of questions, obviously. And I want to prepare you for that. Because like I said, I'm basically out of it after this. This is, you're glad it's on video. That's a good thing. And like I said, I don't mean to torture you with this, but you gotta see this before you see it anywhere else. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And the only thing that you don't have is the authority to go ahead and stop legally. You follow? Absolutely. You're working in the color of an absolutely private citizen. I don't know if this is going to help at this point, but had you told your son that you were, they would have watched, they were just wondering what the hell he was doing when he came to your car, we probably wouldn't be here right now. Did that ever register to you at all? I mean, I got to try to get into your head somehow, and like I said, I answer to his family right now.
Yes, sir.
Why did it occur to you to go ahead and tell him? I mean, a lot of what we do out here in law enforcement is basically a lot of talking and a lot of casual encounters, consensual encounters, we call them. Yeah, we might be trying to take something wrong, but it's just to get a feel for the person. Did it ever occur to you to go ahead and actually ask this person what he was doing out there?
No, sir.
Was it fear, precaution, safety, all the above, or
I didn't want to confront him, and this wasn't my job.
Okay. So, by not, your job's not to really do anything on it comes like that. It wasn't your job to monitor him either, but for future reference, I mean, you usually dismiss a lot of this kind of insanity. I mean, had that been done, and that's, and from our vantage point, you've had 2 opportunities very right to go and defend himself, especially when you reach into your pocket to grab your cell phone. Okay? What I'm gravitating to here is to say that, like I said, could that have been a possibility for him getting so enraged at you? What do you think his mindset was? What made him snap? Can you fill in that blank?
The other thing was when he walked up to my car, he reached in his waistband and held his hand there.
He was probably holding his iced tea.
I don't know.
That's fine, but did he say anything?
It was raining, so I had my windows up and I was on the phone. I didn't.
How close to your car did you get?
Maybe a car length.
What do you think set him off?
I don't know.
I'm still not understanding. When he walked up to your car, why didn't you say anything to him?
I guess fear. I didn't want to confront him. The same reason I didn't.
You were afraid of him?
Yes, ma'am.
Then do you say he ran?
Yes.
Then you get out of your car and run after him?
I didn't run after him, no. I walked to find a street name or a street sign, and he had already cut out between the houses. So I knew that if I walked straight through that little sidewalk, I knew that was my street that I lived on, Retrieve Circle. But when I was walking around, my truck lights stay on, and he wasn't there.
So was that portion of that T that you could see straight through lit up by your truck light?
It was lit up partially because it only stays on for a few, I don't know how long, but it stays on for a while.
When you got out, you shut the car off and took your keys with you?
Yes,
And you didn't, okay, and at that point you didn't see him. Okay, you did say on the phone call he's running, and you got in your car, but yet you decided to go ahead to where you take yourself. How many streets are in that subdivision?
I think 3.
Okay, and you're part of the homeowners association. Are you head of the neighborhood watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Once again, something else I gotta try to explain away. How do you not know the 3 streets your neighbor's been living for 3 years? Well, you have really no idea. How do I explain that one away that you're saying that you didn't know what street was one of the 3 streets that live in the community that you're the head of the homeowners, the head of the, you know what I'm saying? How do I do that? I mean,
To be honest with you, I have a bad memory anyway. That's why I gave.
So that might explain why I didn't know the street that you were at.
And I just have a terrible memory. I mean, when they asked me the address, I don't know why I always think my address is 1960 and it's 1950. I don't know why.
That's almost confusing the whole place. I had a hard time orienting myself also. I mean, yeah, I got it. But okay.
The one thing I can tell you is that the streets, those middle streets, I can't even remember the names now, but I know that they change names.
Mm-hmm.
Once it branches left, it's a different one. Once it branches right, it's a different name. So,
but like I said, that's going to be one of the issues that I have to clarify, and that's why we're here today. Your holster. What kind of holster do you have?
this is just one I bought at a gun show, like a nylon inner waistband.
Like those little mics with
Yes, sir.
with the nylon, the retainer.
It did not have a retainer, no.
So it's an unsecured holster, basically. Okay. No locking mechanism, no safety feature, nothing. It was inside your pants?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 9mm inside your pants. He was mounted on you. He was mounted on your upper chest, or I mean, at what point were you able to free your waist side to go ahead and pull out your weapon?
When he was mounted on me, but he had pressure on my nose and my mouth suffocating me. And when he let go of my mouth and started reaching down my side and said, "You're gonna die tonight," I didn't need my hand anymore because he let go of my mouth. I don't remember if I was still screaming or not. But that's when I grabbed his hand and I grabbed my firearm and fired. So once he let go, that I realized I didn't need my hand and he was gonna kill me.
How long did it suffocate you for?
Felt like
Sitting forever, I'm sure.
Felt like hours, but I don't know.
Okay. Is there a full size line or a small 9?
Compact.
Compact. Okay. right? Both hands?
Yes.
Okay. And you raised it up. Do you remember hitting him with the pistol?
No, sir.
Distance-wise?
I just remember not wanting to hit my own hand that was holding his, so I went past my hand and I fired in his direction.
Okay, this is what or anything?
Yeah.
Some cold?
No, thanks. This is fine. I did. You said that the operator told me to stay in my car. They didn't tell me to stay in my car. They said, "Are you following him?" And I was walking where he had walked, and I said, "Yes." And they said, "We don't need you to do that." And I said, "Okay."
Okay, yeah. And then you had already gotten out of your car. I didn't hear any bells and like you opened the door, it was ding, ding, ding or something. I didn't hear any of that either, so yeah, so
It doesn't do that.
it does? Okay, I didn't catch that. You text the recording?
I thought you could hear the door close. Yeah, I thought you could hear the door
Okay,
close.
yeah, I was kind of unclear on that. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was but you already got out of your car. But once again, which also lends to the question on, once the fear for not lowering your window because he's right in front of you, two, outside exposing yourself to the possibility of being attacked by the person.
When he comes up to your car, you're telling them, right, that
Yes.
he's reaching his waist
Yes,
down?
ma'am.
So what do you think is the possibility that he has?
Well, the guy 2 weeks prior, did the same thing when he saw me. He, like, put his hand in his jacket and watched me walk by, and then he lit up a cigarette. So I thought he was just trying to look tough or intimidate.
You didn't think he had a weapon?
No, not at the time.
You thought he was just trying to bluff you?
Yes, ma'am.
And then that's hearing the bluff.
No.
You ever worked security before?
No, sir.
You worked in a party one time,
Oh, yes.
right? Okay. Was that painful or you just?
It wasn't professional or anything. It was
Okay. There's a thing called challenging somebody. Now, you didn't challenge this person while he was out next to your car, so you got it. You sound kind of frustrated on the phone conversation. So everybody's going to hear these things, you know, and you went out there just like you said, and you hung up 911, and right after that, you turned around and he was.
No, sir.
Okay.
I walked past where he went through to go to Retrieve Circle.
Which way would he be heading back to his house where you're staying?
I have no idea what.
That's where he was going. I'm just letting you know that.
But when I walked and I saw he wasn't there anymore, they asked me for my address, and I gave them my address. And I said, I don't really like giving out my address because they may know where I go or where I live.
So he would have been in earshot of you, you thought, but you couldn't see him.
I could not see him at all.
But how close did he? Okay.
I didn't like anyone.
That's fine. That's fine.
And they said that around that time is when they said, "We don't need you to follow him." So I continued walking straight to my street. When I came back, I was coming back and I passed the sidewalk that he went to.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see where he came from, but he was not there. And I told non-emergency, he's not here. And they said, "You still want us to send the car?" And I said, "Yes."
So, sir, was that there? Yes, was it right? Yeah.
Yeah, you were talking, you just had a discussion about meeting at the mailbox, and then you said, "Never mind, have them call my phone, and I'll tell them where I'm at."
Oh, I thought I told them because I first pulled up at the clubhouse, and I gave them that address, if I remember serves me, and then I told them my location according to the clubhouse. I said, if you go straight through the clubhouse and then to the left, you'll see my truck there, and I think I gave them a description of my truck, either the color, the make, and the model, and when they said, "Where do you want them to meet you?" I said, "Just have them meet me back at my truck," and that's when I was walking towards my truck.
Okay, so when you approached your brother, what the fuck's your problem? Correct?
Something to that effect.
Did you use the word homie?
I don't remember.
Did you at that time ever say to him, "I'm neighborhood watch"?
No.
Did it not occur to you?
No, I always said, "I don't have a problem," and I started backing away from him.
But you kind of did have a problem, that's why you were following her, right? You had a concern with him.
I was scared.
You were scared to tell them that you had a concern? that you were neighborhood watch? You were afraid to tell him that?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but these are the questions you're going to ask us,
No,
so
I
you're going to have to give
understand.
an answer.
I was
It seemed
scared.
like the perfect opportunity to say, look, I'm neighborhood watch, I don't recognize you, are you staying here?
Like I said, he came up out of nowhere. I didn't even see him. I was walking back to my car thinking that I was going to meet a police officer there. So when he popped up, he just caught me off guard. I didn't think that I'd tell him.
But can you see how that would maybe frighten him? You've been following him now for a whole bar?
What do you mean, on foot or?
Yeah, you're watching him. Okay. And he makes it clear to you, he sees you, he walks up to your car, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He was making it clear to you, I recognize you're following me.
I didn't know if he was doing that or he was doubling back what he was doing.
No, but the reason why he said, well, you have a problem was because, for no other reason, because he let you were following him. In other words, you were just walking randomly, he didn't walk up to you and say, you got a fucking problem. He didn't try to rob you, he didn't try to, he's asking what the fuck's your problem. Now, could it possibly you said, I don't have a fucking problem?
No.
None?
I didn't. No.
Well, you asked for reason to go in law enforcement because you haven't agreed criminal justice?
No, I wanted to before that.
Why'd you get, did you have the aspiration of doing that?
Being a police
Yeah.
officer? Yes, sir.
Do you think he was scared? Do you think he thought you were trying to hurt him? I mean, because even in the tape you say he's running. First of all, he can see you're following him. That would be the reason he would come to your car and let you know, I see you.
Oh, in my car, right?
And then, instead of having a conversation with him, you put up your window.
Yes.
So this might seem creepy to him. So someone's following him, and when he tries to talk to him to maybe see what's going on, he creeps. And then when he runs, you follow him. Yeah, and maybe you're frightened him, I don't know.
I wish I knew.
Oh, I know. It's when people are following you or trying to talk to you and trying to ask you what you're doing, and who are they? Why do they have a right to ask me anything? Who are they? You know what I mean? You're trying to keep people from coming in your neighborhood and bothering people. Yet you could give the appearance that you're asking people for information and you haven't even told them who you are.
We're not supposed to.
I think that's what you said you did on that, right? You never told him who you were.
No. I didn't have the opportunity.
Well, you could have told him. Right? When he came to your car, instead of putting up your window, you could have said on neighborhood watch.
He wasn't, like, next to my window or anything.
No, I thought you told me he circled your whole car.
He did, but I don't know if he circled the entire car, but he came around to the side. But he wasn't, like, within earshot, and I didn't want to confront him. I was happy he was staying in the area so the police could question him. In the past, when I got involved in this back in August, because my wife saw people fleeing the place they had robbed, and ever since then, whenever we see someone suspicious, we call, but feeling thing on the neighborhood inside and out, you guys come real quick. Sometimes you show up with 3 cars, but they're going. I have a wife at home. I'm not chasing anyone. I think even when 2-3 weeks ago, when he went around the back of the house, they asked me, "Can you see him behind the house?" And I said, "No, I'm not going back there either." I waited on the street, and actually, when the cop passed me, I tried flagging him down, but I guess he was.
This on a previous call.
Yes, ma'am. 2-3 weeks ago.
Oh, for the one you were talking about earlier with the kids looking in the windows?
Yes, ma'am. And I tried to flag the cop down, thinking that.
I didn't know the guy that went to the next one was the same guy that you had seen.
I recognized his face.
Oh, so you saw his face pretty good?
Yes, ma'am. I was walking, and I walked right past him.
You didn't think this kid was the same kid, did you?
No,
Was there anything in your hand?
I think my flashlight.
Okay, your flashlight. Was it working or was it not working?
Was dead.
It was dead. Okay. It was not clicking on.
Yes.
It was your right hand or left hand?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you looked away from him? Is that what happened? When you got punched, or did you see the punch coming?
No, I walked past where he went through, and I started walking back to my car, and that's when he yelled out, and I turned around.
How far was he away from that? Was he upon you already, or? Can't tell.
I don't recall. As soon as he did that, I started backing up towards my car, and that's when I wanted to call 911 instead of non-emergency.
Do you realize how the way these cases can go?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, how can they go?
Either justifiable homicide or murder.
Okay. And that's why, like I'm saying, I mean, I'm going to try something with you that I've done before. It's called assisted memory recall. It's not hypnosis. It's just something that, I mean, just have you try it. Go ahead and close your eyes, man. Okay, and once you put yourself back in the scene, Sunday night, at 7 o'clock, you would meet this kid. You get out of your car, talking to the dispatcher. You hang up to the dispatcher. Okay, give yourself a couple seconds to go ahead and think about what happened after that. Now you're going to try to act like what happened, okay? I'm going to be the kids. What the fuck is your problem? You say what you say.
I don't have a problem.
You're at that point, nothing else was said.
No, sir.
Think.
No, sir.
What did you say the first time he hit you?
I don't think I said a thing.
There was no conversation prior. Okay, we're good. Open your eyes. Nothing at all.
No, sir.
Okay. That never works. Just, you know, you gotta try it though.
Work for me.
It's not happening.
Tell us if you could, do you move now somewhere else? Are you moving now outside of the interview room?
Yes, sir. We're heading to my desk.
Okay. All right, we can turn the lights back on because I believe the rest is all audio. And what was the purpose of heading towards your desk now, sir?
So I could play the 911 calls for him.
And are you present and the defendant, Mr. Zimmerman, and then Singleton and a few other investigators or officers were around, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, so once you come to my desk, here's George. George, this is Randy, that's Rebecca. Let me grab a chair for George. Let me get a chair. Grab my chair. WMA made, WWF, I don't know. Okay. Here we go. And now I do this part. Okay. This is your 911 call. For your
Denver Police Department, report to Sean. Hey, we've had some break-ins in my neighborhood, and there's a real suspicious guy.
Okay, real suspicious guy. Okay, one more time. Why suspicious?
It was raining. He was looking into the houses, looking behind, looking at me. He wasn't walking quickly to get out of the rain. It didn't look like he was like trying to head home. He didn't look like a hardcore athlete that wanted to like train in the rain or anything. He just looked out of place.
Okay.
Retrieving circle. The best address I can give you is 111 Retrieving Circle. This guy looks like he's up to no good, or he's on drugs or something.
On drugs, why?
Oh, he just kept looking around, looking behind him, just kept shifting where he was looking.
It's raining, and he's just walking around looking about. Okay, and this guy, is he white, black, or Hispanic? He looks black. Did you see what he was wearing? Yeah, a dark hoodie, like a gray hoodie, and he was jeans or sweatpants and white tennis shoes.
You see the color of his pants?
He's here now. He was just staring. Oh, he's just walking around the area at all the houses. Okay. And now he's just staring at me. Okay, exit date 1111.
Okay, when you explained it to me, you said you had pulled over initially at the clubhouse, correct? Okay, but it seemed so fast, and then I thought you told me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I thought you said they asked you, can you still see him, and you told them you couldn't, and you asked, and they said, well, get to where you could see where he's at. And you told me it's at that point you moved.
Yes.
Now you're saying he's coming up to your car. Does that mean you've already, at this point in the tape, you're already on Twin Tree Street? You didn't know the name of it at the time?
Oh, no, I called when I was at the clubhouse.
Okay, but he's walking up to your car now, right?
Yes,
On the
sir.
tape? Because you're saying he's walking up.
Yes,
You're
sir.
talking about when you've already left the clubhouse and now you're around the corner.
No, ma'am.
But you're still at the clubhouse when he does this? Okay.
One retrieve you or 111? That's the clubhouse. That's the clubhouse. Do you know what he's near the clubhouse right now? Yeah, now he's coming towards me. Okay. He's got his hand in his waistband.
Where are you at now? Are you still at the clubhouse?
I think I'm still at the clubhouse.
And he's a black male. Okay. How old would you say he was? He's got a button on his shirt. Late teens. Late teens, okay.
Have you moved yet?
Hey, Ron.
You're still in front of the clubhouse?
I think so.
On Retreat Through Circle?
Yes, ma'am. I don't remember even saying he had a button on his shirt.
Okay.
Wrong with him.
Something's wrong with him.
Yeah, something's wrong with him.
What's that statement first name?
Yeah, he's trying to check me out. He's got something in his hands. I don't know what he's doing.
Okay, where are you at now? Are you still in front of the clubhouse?
I don't remember.
Okay, just let me know if he does anything, okay? Yeah, we got him on the way. Just let me know if this guy does anything else. Okay. These assholes, they always get away.
That statement. These assholes. What's behind that?
People that victimize the neighborhood.
Didn't you just tell us from there that a week earlier they made an arrest?
Yes.
They don't always get away.
No.
Good point.
Yeah. When you come to the clubhouse, you come straight in and make a left.
What's happening now? Are you guys walking now? Is he walking?
Well, I was parked where I could see him.
So,
You're definitely not in front of the clubhouse
No.
anymore at this point.
so you're ahead of him?
No, I was behind him.
Okay. So you walked to your car, then walked went his path, and you were behind him.
Yes, sir. When I was at the clubhouse, he
Are
walked.
you driving slowly or something?
No, I pulled over and stopped before I called.
Actually, you go past the clubhouse. Okay, it says on the left-hand side from the clubhouse? You go in straight through the entrance, and then you make a left. Yeah, you go straight in, don't turn and make a left. Shit, he's running.
Okay. Full sprint, full long flight, jogging, trotting. Describe the run.
I don't remember. Because I was on the phone. It happened so quickly.
I understand that, George, but like I said, it's if it was a bicycle theft, I could say okay, but it's kind of important. I mean, was he running as to evade you, get away from you? Maybe he got tired of getting wet in the rain. What kind of run was it? I mean, it sounds like he's running as to get away from you.
I don't know why he was running.
But what kind of run was it? You can't say? Okay.
He's running. Which way is he running?
Okay, is that you getting out of the car?
Yes.
Okay.
So as soon as he runs, you're getting out of the car and following.
When he says which way are you running,
He's down towards the entrance of the Which entrance is that?
At that point, you're out of the car? Okay, so you basically jumped out of the car to see where he was going?
Yes.
Okay, that's not fear. All right?
Yes.
That's
Heading towards the back entrance. Okay. Are you following us?
What is that you whispered?
Yeah, entrance. Okay.
It's fucking what?
Punk.
He wasn't a fucking punk.
Are you following us? Yeah, okay, we don't need
Okay.
you to do that. Okay. Alright, sir, what is your name?
At the point where he said, are you following me? You said, why did you do that? What went through your mind?
He's right.
So you should have stopped and went back to your vehicle.
I still wanted to give an address.
Yeah, okay, we don't need you to do that. Okay. Alright, sir, what is your name? George. He ran. Alright.
He said he ran again. Okay. This is because you don't see him?
Correct.
So at this point he has to be hiding from you.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't see it.
well, the laws of physics says that he's hiding from you at this point. He could not have made it home. He came back to attack you at that time. So, what's your account is that you don't see him at this point. You're at the T now, right? Here's the pavement. Correct. You're looking down that way, that passage. Where you at?
Once he told me not to follow him,
Mm-hmm.
and I wasn't following him. I was just going in the same direction he was. Once he
That's
said,
following.
well, I thought, I mean,
If you're okay. Okay. So you basically wrote it off. I mean,
right. And I was on the other side. I was on Retreat View Circle at that time.
okay.
The other day, and again, these are the questions that we're going to have to be able to explain to people. The other day you told me you got out of the car because dispatch was asking your location and you wanted to orient yourself. You did not tell me that you said, oh shit, he's running, and then got out of the car and went that same direction at the same time. See what the problem is?
Yes.
And I asked you, did you look for him? And you told me no. You told me the reason that you got out of your car was to get an address.
Yes.
But you decided to get the address a fraction of a second after you say, oh shit, he's running. And then it sounds like you're running too.
It was fast walking.
No, it was just windy.
It was.
Hey, George, what's your last name? Zimmerman. And George, what's the phone number you're calling from? 407-435.
Where are you at now?
240.
On Retreat View Circle.
Okay.
00. All right, George, would you have them on the way? Do you want to meet with the officer when they get out there? Yeah. Where are you going to meet with them at? If they come in through the gate, tell them to go straight past the clubhouse.
What are you doing right now?
Walking back to the car.
And straight past the clubhouse. And
Okay. If I time this portion, this is important, okay? I almost got to reconstruct this.
if they
When do you start
come
walking
in
back to your
through
car?
the gate, the back entrance. Are you following
Now
them?
you're going towards
Yeah,
Retreat
okay,
View,
we don't
right?
need you to do that.
Okay.
Alright, sir, what is your name? George. He ran.
Okay, where you at now?
Alright, George, what's your last name?
Okay. Is that 241? Okay.
Zimmerman. And George, what's the phone number you're calling from?
Okay, welcome back to your car.
407-435-2400. Alright, George, would you have them on the way? Do you want to meet with the officer when they get out there? Yeah. Alright, where are you going to meet with them at? If they come in through the gate, tell them to go straight past the clubhouse and straight past the clubhouse and make a left. And then they go past the mailboxes. Look at my truck.
Okay, what address are you parked in front of?
I don't know. It's a cut through, so I don't know the address.
Okay, do you live in the area?
Yeah.
What's your apartment number?
It's a home. It's 1950. Oh crap! I don't want to give it out loud. I don't know where this kid is.
Okay, do you want to just be with them right near the mailboxes, then?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, George, I'll let them know to meet you with you out there.
Actually, could you have him call me and I'll tell him where I'm at?
Okay, yeah, that's no problem.
You need my number? You got it?
Yeah, I got it. 474-352-400.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, no problem. I'll let them know to call you when they're in the area.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
It's 84 seconds. From the point where you were walking back to your car from Retreat View to Twin Tree, basically. That's a minute and 20 seconds. You stopped at the T.
No, I walked through. I stopped on Retreat View Circle.
That's where you were standing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you didn't get back into your car?
No, sir.
Why not?
You're
in the rain, you're getting wet, you're on the phone.
Because I was waiting. I had light there where I was at, and I was trying to hit my flashlight. I didn't want to walk back through without light.
Okay, a minute and 20 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're in the rain getting wet. You've roped this guy off basically. You're going to meet the police. Okay. You see where the obstacle is here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want you to think about that. So I am speaking for you, for everybody. I'm trying to protect you the best I can here.
Yes, sir.
It's a minute and 20 seconds. Doesn't sound like you were saying, well, it doesn't sound like you quite recall exactly what happened at that point, okay? If there was stuff for your hands or something else. This is all right. Okay.
My concern is also this. She's running, and I'm getting out of my car in an instant to make sure I don't lose sight of this guy. That's what it sounds like. Are you following him? Because that's what it sounds like you're doing. That's why he asked you the question. It sounded to the dispatcher likely that you were running, and that's why he asked you that question. Are you following him? And your answer is yes. Okay? But then you get to the other side, and you're concerned about walking past this guy when you've already been chasing him, essentially. And he's telling you to go back to your car, and now you want to pretend, or not pretend, you want us to believe that you're concerned about having a flashlight to move back where you just ran?
You're looking
trying to
for
catch
him.
up to him. See what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, it sounds like you're looking for him.
You brought a flashlight with you.
Yes, sir.
You wanted to be able to see him.
You want to catch him. You want to catch a bad guy?
It doesn't, that's...
Fuck them punks, you can't get away. Listen, we're outside that interrogation room, okay? We are in a whole different area right here, okay? This is where, you know what I mean, this is why I took you out of there, so you could hear this. So I can recall your memory and let you see if you say walk back to your car and you stood outside your car from it, they're not going to believe anything I got to say. And that's what I'm saying. Is there anything that you need to clarify right now? Did you pursue this kid? Did you want to catch him?
No.
Okay, it's not you. It's not what you're about.
Why did you tell him? Never mind, just have them call me when they get here and I'll tell them where I'm at.
I was frustrated that I couldn't think of this street name.
But you were going to be back in your car from that distance in less than 15 or 20 seconds. So why would they need to call you?
I felt like I didn't give them an adequate description of where I was from the clubhouse.
Because know what the impression would be is that you're going to continue to look, and when they get here, you should tell them where you're at that point. See what I'm saying? Well, no, never mind.
Just
Just tell them to call me when they get here, and I'll tell them where I'm at. Meaning I might not be at my car, where I just told them I would be.
But now we're here working for you here, okay? That's what you got to open your mind, okay? And if there's anything that needs to be changed, this is it. We can't do this anymore, okay? Let's look at this one.
911, do you need police medical? Maybe...
You hear that voice in the background?
Both of them not sure. There's just someone screaming. 911, do you need police, fire, medical? Maybe both. I'm not sure. There's just someone screaming outside. Okay, what's the address that they're near? 1211 Twin Trees Lane. Twin Trees Lane? Is this in Twin Lake Town, Thomas and Sanford? Yes. Okay. And is it a male or female? It's a male. And you don't know why? I don't know why I'm yelling help, but I don't know. Send someone to stop. Okay. Does he look hurt? I can't see him. I don't want to go out there. I don't know what's going on. So they're sending. So you think he's yelling help? Yes. All right. What is your
Okay, right there. He smothered you. Correct. At what point did he smother you? Was it right before you shot him?
Yes.
Immediately behind the shot?
911, do you need police, fire, medical?
I need to give an approximate time when he started smothering
I'm not
you.
sure. There's just someone screaming outside. Okay, what's the address that they're near? 1211
That's who he was, right?
Twin Trees Lane. Is this in the Twin Lake Town, Thomas and Sanford? Yes. Okay. And is it a male or female?
Help me, help me.
It sounds like a male. And you don't know why? I don't know why. I think they're yelling help, but I don't know. Send someone to stop. Okay. Does he look hurt? I can't see him. I don't want to go out there. I don't know what's going on. So they're sending. So you think he's yelling help? Yes. All right. What is your
Screenshot.
There's gunshot.
Can you recall? At what point the suffocation happened? Prior to you shooting him, he was on you, correct? Okay. And you were able to reach into your holster? You shot him at point blank range. He was on top of you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And remember, though that yelling, nobody came out to help you. And I can't pinpoint where you were smothered. That's the problem I'm having. And nobody's saying they saw him smothering you. People were saying they saw someone on top of you, but they didn't see about the smothering part. So.
When you're listening to the screaming, it doesn't sound like there's a hesitation in the screaming. It sounds like it's continuous. And somebody's doing those, it's going to stop. But we don't hear it stop.
We don't hear him at all either. Is he being quiet? Is he whispering to you or something? Is he calm?
He's like angry.
I don't hear him though.
Is he shouting it or is he?
No, he's on top of me. He's telling me, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up.
And then when he saw you had a gun at that point, you think he might have saw you had a gun when you guys were standing before he punched you? No way, no how? Was it totally concealed under that jacket? You couldn't have got a glimpse of it accidentally? And once again, getting back to the beginning, what was the provocation from punching you other than the fact you were following him that you can think of? Why are you so mad at you?
I've gone through it a million times.
Investigator Serino, at about 52 minutes, when you're playing the recording, you specifically say, "Are you hearing yourself?" And Mr. Zimmerman says, "That doesn't even sound like me." Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
At doing parts of the interview, you showed him some photographs. You recall that?
Yes, I did, sir.
You showed him a photograph of a cell phone, the victim's cell phone that was on the ground.
I did.
And
Yes.
you told him that this might have been videotaped. Were you bluffing him? Were you lying to him to get him to say something?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. You also showed him photographs of the victim. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right, may I have a moment?
Yes, you may.
I don't know if we can take a recess or we're all right.
Need a recess? Yes. Okay, court will be in recess for 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, put your notepads face down on the chair. Follow Deputy Jarvis back into the jury room. Council approach for just one moment. Can you turn the sound back? Okay, court will be in recess for 15 minutes. Yes. Please be seated. Are we ready to have the jury come back in? Yes. Please be seated. You may continue.
I want to go back to a few things, investigate.
One of the jurors would like to get your attention.
I didn't know if it was possible in the future if, like, the interviews are a little hard to make out. I didn't know if
Okay, just so you know that that has come into evidence and you will be able to take it back with you into the jury room and you'll have a way to go ahead and play it.
Okay.
Okay? Does that help? You're welcome. Thank you. Yes, you may.
Investigator Serino, just to make it clear, at about 52 minutes into that interview, the last one there on the 29th, you were playing the recording from Miss Lauer, the screams for help, correct? You recall that? The 911 recording?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, right. And in terms of, you were asking in terms of who it was when he stated that doesn't even sound like me. Do you recall that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. You were also referencing when you interviewed him in terms of that there's only 3 streets, and I'm referring now to State's Exhibit number 1. In terms of Retreat at Twin Lakes, there's 3 streets, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There's Retreat View Circle that circles all the way around, and then there's the main one in terms of Twin Tree Lane that's right here, goes all the way from the front entrance to the back entrance, correct?
Correct.
And then there's Long Oak Way, that's the 3rd one right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And finally, sir, in your interview of the defendant, you showed him several photographs, including the photograph of the phone, photograph of victim, et cetera. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. If I may approach a witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
State Exhibit 94, is this one of the photographs you showed the defendant?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
If I may publish that to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'll object, Your Honor,
Oh.
at this point. I don't see any here or at the bench.
At the bench. Yes, you may.
Investigator Serino, State's Exhibit 94. Is this one of the photographs you showed the defendant?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, and is that a medical examiner photograph showing the gunshot wound to Trayvon Martin?
Yes, it is.
Was the purpose in showing this photograph to the defendant to show how skinny, as you stated in the recording, Trayvon Martin was in comparison to the defendant?
One of the purposes, yes.
And does that photograph accurately depict how skinny Trayvon Martin was?
Yes, it does.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cross?
Yes, I might.
I'm going to turn this down unless you need it.
Afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you?
Fine, how are you?
To set the stage, and I know that you had testified to some of this, though not all of it, in your direct examination. You were, it became the chief investigating officer whose responsibility was the entirety of this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that you were the one who looked at what was done on scene, decided what else needed to be done, tasked that out to the other people who would assist you, and basically led the investigation down the path that it was to go.
Yes, sir.
And in doing that, you've assigned different tasks to a number of different law enforcement officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Gathering evidence was one task that you put out to other officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Interviewing additional witnesses and sort of setting the stage to get all of the information available that you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
And once you would gather that information, then you would put that together, talk about it with your team. That included everyone up to the chief of police, Bill Lee, correct?
Correct.
And it even included members of the state attorney's office, the 18th Circuit State Attorney's Office, right?
Yes, sir.
It was all part of the investigative team that you were basically in charge of. I won't say that you were in charge of the chief of police, but within the context of this investigation, that you were running that team in order to come up with everything that needed to be done to move this case forward.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You haven't testified to virtually any of that yet, though, have you? You haven't testified to the tasks that were given out to the different officers. You haven't testified to your coordination of all that information coming back together, have you?
As to the methodology of the case? No, I haven't.
Basically, the only thing you've testified so far is the statements from my client.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And let's talk about those statements for just a minute. As you first talked to my client, and I'm not going to test your memory too much, but can you give me the timing? We know this event happened on the 26th of February 2012, about 7:15. When was the first time that you spoke to my client?
At about 5 after midnight on the 27th.
Literally 6 hours after the event happened, correct?
6 hours, 5.5 hours. Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, you knew, as was just testified to before you, that he'd been interviewed by Officer Singleton, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had that information available to you, correct?
Yes, I did.
You also had the benefit of all of the other information, at least that which was gathered between 7:15 and midnight from Sanford Police Department, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had been working a lot that night, talking to witnesses and interviewing people, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of those people that you interviewed was the what we call the eyewitness. I'll ask if you call him the eyewitness, John Good.
Yes, sir.
Remember speaking to him?
Yes, sir.
And he was the one person who actually had eyes on what happened between Trayvon Martin and George Zimmerman that night.
Yes, sir.
And you had the benefit of that interview with you as you first talked to Mr. Zimmerman?
Yes, I did.
So when we look at your interview, various interviews with Mr. Zimmerman, is it fair then for the jury to take it in context that you had a lot of information to you at midnight that Officer Singleton did not have?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, as I think she testified, she had virtually no information available to her at that point, did she?
From what I know, no, sir.
Right. But you had talked to John Good and several other eye or ear witnesses, correct?
Yes, I had, sir.
Had gathered a lot of that information together either yourself or by tasking other officers who then reported to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with all of that information sort of as a foundation, you were then able to talk to George Zimmerman and have him walk you through what he perceived to have happened, correct?
During our first interview?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, speaking to the one now at 12:05 a.m. on the 27th, 6 hours after the event.
Yes, sir.
So as we go through it, or as the jury listens to it again, they should keep in mind that when you sort of short-circuit through some of the facts with Mrs. Zimmerman, it's because you already know them from other witnesses, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had talked to Officer Singleton, and she had sort of downloaded onto you the substance of the conversation or interview that she had with Mr. Zimmerman, correct?
Briefly, I spoke with her, yes.
Okay. I'm going to go through the February 27th interview with you, but I'm going to ask you first, so that when we go through it, I want you to highlight it for the jury, if there were any significant differences that existed between Officer Singleton's interview several hours earlier and your interview at midnight on the 27th, okay?
Okay.
Did you notice any significant differences that caused you concern based upon your years of experience as an investigator?
Not immediately, no, sir.
Okay. For example, you had to focus on how the two people first got in contact with each other, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall whether or not you had listened to the non-emergency call by the time you talked to Mrs. Zimmerman the first time?
At that point, no, sir, I had not.
You had not. But you questioned Mr. Zimmerman about whether or not he had followed Mr. Martin, correct?
On our first interview,
yes.
I may have. I'd have to check the transcript.
Yeah, and I happen to have a partial transcript here. If I were to tell you that you said you reported a suspicious person, he said yes, sir. You said you followed him, and he said yes, sir.
Yeah,
he acknowledged to you that he at least followed and kept an eye on Trayvon Martin, did he not?
Yes, he did, yeah.
Was that anything that concerned you?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't at that point have the benefit of the non-emergency call where the operator asked 2 times in succession, what's he doing now, or words to like effect?
No, I had not.
Okay. Did it seem to you that you did not have that, you did not have that benefit of that transcript?
No, sir.
Okay. And you also asked him whether or not he had lost visual of the person, correct?
I think I stated to him that he did. I was summarizing what I had known that he had said already.
Because that had come from the Singleton interview, correct?
Correct.
Any concern with that?
No, sir.
And then you had told him at the beginning of the interview that you would like to do a walkthrough or a recreation the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, we've had Officer Singleton testify to this, but obviously he was Mirandized, correct?
Yes, he was.
And affirmatively waived that?
Yes, he did.
And you knew and you had advised him that had he wanted to stop the interrogation at any point, that was his right?
Officer Singleton did.
Okay. And he never stopped the interview, did he?
No, you did not.
Always was willing to answer all of your questions?
Completely.
Matter of
yes.
fact, I think it was at the end, of course, you stopped the interview, Rhett, and said that at
Yes,
that
sir.
point, you had other things to do with the investigation.
Yes,
And it
sir.
was briefly, or just a quick check-in with Mr. Zimmerman at that point to get some questions answered, right?
Yes, sir.
And in any of this interview with you, and we're going to go through each one with similar questions, did he evidence any anger or disdain towards Mr. Martin?
No, sir.
Did Officer Singleton even tell you that he wasn't aware that Trayvon Martin had passed away until she told him?
I can't recall, sir.
Okay. The story that Mrs. Zimmerman spoke to you about, and I know that we're going to get into some other interviews that went on later. Was there anything in that interview that at the point, well, let me back up, I'm sorry. He was in police custody from the time that Officer Singleton interviewed him until the time you did, correct?
Yes, he was.
And he did not have his cell phone available, did he?
I don't believe so. No, he
Right.
didn't.
He did not have any access then, did he, to the investigation that was ongoing back at the scene?
No, he did not.
So would you agree then that he was unaware of anything that you had discovered as what had happened at the scene?
I could safely assume that, yes, he was unaware.
I used the term that it was sort of a virgin interview, the one that he had with Singleton, right?
Yes.
First time anyone got to him, and that's a police technique, isn't it? You want to get to a shooter, a person who is at least a person of interest, as soon as you can, correct?
Yes, sir.
Before they are infected by additional information, correct?
Yes, sir. We refer to that as locking him into a statement.
Locking them in, okay.
Mhm.
What's the reason for that?
So the information that he provides can be as pristine as possible without being contaminated by outside influences.
Exactly. One of your primary goals as an investigator is to make sure that whatever evidence you can get and keep, as you say, pristine is the way you want to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
That includes pieces of evidence, correct?
Yes.
Which is why we use gloves and forceps and bags and evidence tape to make sure it all stays pristine, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's also why you want to make sure that witnesses stay away from each other. You actually separate them, don't you, so that they don't get a chance to hear what the other one's saying?
Under best circumstances, yes, sir.
Yeah,
That's preferred.
And why do you do that?
It's preferred to keep it pristine, to keep each individual's testimony individual.
Right. Because if there are going to be differences in the witnesses' testimonies or statements, you want to make sure that they stay apart from each other so not to sort of collaborate on what they say happened.
Correct.
Whether that is intentional or just a byproduct of hearing what the other witness says, correct?
Correct.
So in this interview process, Officer Singleton had first shot at Mr. Zimmerman and got that and documented it, correct?
So to speak, yes.
Yeah. And then he was kept separate and apart from the investigation so that your interview with him was also as pristine as you could keep it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that it was in fact pristine, that he was not infected with any additional information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That information that you had gathered, though, included information that what John Good had told you, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you were armed with the information of the statement of John Good, which was...
Overruled.
You were armed... You're already the chief investigator at this point, right? It was assigned to be your case?
Yes, sir.
Your responsibility is to find out what all the other witnesses say?
Yes, sir.
So that you can incorporate that into the next witnesses you talk to as best you can?
Yes, sir.
That's what you do, right?
Tie it all together, yes, sir.
Sure. And in tying it all together, when you went to Mr. Zimmerman during your first interview with him, you had information from John Good and a number of other witnesses, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that interview from John Good that you had available to you, you used when you were questioning Mr. Zimmerman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Of course. You knew that John Good had said. So, Investigator Serino, you had the information available from John Good, as well as other witness statements when you had this interview with Mr. Zimmerman, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had talked to other ear witnesses, or at least read statements that other officers had gathered together of other ear witnesses as to what they heard, correct?
Yes, sir.
That included Ms. Lauer, who told you she heard what she heard,
Yes, sir.
correct? And her fiance as well, back then her fiance, right?
Jeremy Weinberg.
Yes.
Yes.
You had spoken to them yourself, I believe?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So, as you were now going back to Mr. Zimmerman, who did not have this information available to him, tell me what concerns you had with what Mr. Zimmerman told you that night that did not comport to the evidence that you were now aware of.
I had none at that time.
Okay. Did he seem to be cagey in his answering to you? Did he seem to be sidestepping your answers in any form or way to get around answering your direct questions?
No, sir.
Did he seem to do anything that, based upon your training and experience, evidenced to you that he was being less than straightforward with you?
No, he was being straightforward, in my opinion.
I think it was in this interview that you talked to him about the anxiety and nightmares that he was going to have because of this event.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
Well, based on my experience, people who experience traumatic type scenarios like he went through, they typically end up with anxiety problems. He appeared to be lacking, in my opinion, as far as what was going on, what he was in the middle of. It just seemed that something was going on with him.
Would you call that, sort of in generic terms, a real flat affect or affect as to what was happening?
Generic terms, yes.
Okay. Did that cause you concern that he that he had in fact gone through a traumatic event and his response was a flat affect about it?
To some point, yes, it did.
Okay. You even said to him, you're going to be anxious, you're going to have nightmares, I'm going to get you some help, right? Didn't you say that to him?
Yes, I did.
What help did you mean that you were going to get for him with what he had gone through?
Any kind of medical attention, medical attention if needed, and that would have branched out to whatever he might have needed himself.
Sure. Psychological intervention, maybe?
After a medical exam, perhaps.
Okay. You have not had to draw your weapon and shoot and kill anyone, have you?
No, sir, I have not.
Okay. But certainly you know fellow officers who have?
Yes, I have.
And it is from that experience that you understand what may happen to a person who has had to shoot and kill somebody?
Objection is to similar situation, unsimilar situation. My objection is to relevance.
Same.
May I at least be heard as to the relevance?
It's not relevant what may have happened to other people in other situations.
Yes, Your Honor. Whatever your life experiences have been, it brought you to the interrogation room that night with Mr. Zimmerman suggesting to him that he was going to have anxiety and nightmares and that you would do whatever you could to help him with that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was he cleaned up by the time that he got to you?
Yes, he was.
Did you see what he looked like at the scene?
I had seen the picture that Officer Wagner had taken of him prior to.
Okay, I'm of course the witness, Your Honor. Just so we're clear.
When we approach a bench, I have the same objection that was
Yes, you may.
Officer Serino, we had talked about the trauma of having to shoot somebody. Did you also acknowledge to Mrs. Zimmerman that part of the trauma was him getting the injuries he had sustained, getting beat up the way he did?
More so than the shooting incident, correct?
Okay.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, let me just show you what the jury has seen now and is already in evidence, and ask you, is that some of what you're talking about, the trauma that Mrs. Zimmerman had gone through? And of course, you didn't see.
That's a trauma he displayed on the night of, correct?
Right. This was the picture that you saw that Officer Wagner had taken of him, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see Mrs. Zimmerman live in this condition because he had been cleaned up?
No, I had not.
And similar to this photograph, remember that photograph?
That's the one that John Manolo showed up.
Yes.
I hadn't seen that before.
Okay. Is that part of the trauma that you were talking about he had gone through?
So I think more specifically the fearing for his life trauma that he was expressing, more than the actual physical injuries, if I may. Yeah.
And it is that or a combination of that led you to this thought that Mrs. Zimmerman had sort of a flat affect about everything that had happened to him that night?
Yes, sir.
Did it come across to you, though, that he was just uncaring, that he just didn't care that he had gotten beat up and that he had to shoot somebody because of it? Or was it truly your thought that he was reacting to the trauma?
I didn't know him prior to this. It would be included to one of my concerns, yes. However, it could be something totally different. So that was one of the concerns that may have been, that either he was uncaring or other things were going on.
In the investigation, did he in the interview, and we're talking now about the one that happened at midnight, did he seem to be cavalier or uncaring in the way he answered your questions?
Not necessarily.
Anything in the interview that you would point out to the jury where you thought he was acting cavalier? And by that I mean something like, can I go home now? Or are we done here? Or there's a midnight movie I want to catch. Anything like that showed up in that interview?
Other than potentially making himself unavailable for next day follow-up because he had to go to class.
Right. Okay, let's talk about that for a minute. You asked him about doing the interview, the recreation the next day, right? You asked him what time you get off, and he told you, I have class at 6:30. He also told you, I think the next sentence was, but I can skip it?
He may have.
Let's say that that's what the transcript shows. If he said that, does that then address your concern that maybe this guy doesn't care much about the investigation because all he wants to do is go to class?
I wouldn't specifically go there about the whole thing, but it just appeared odd that he had that on his mind based on what just happened to him and what had ended up happening out there. It struck me as being different.
Does that fall in line with your concern that he had this flat affect, that he just wasn't reacting to what he had just gone through, both in having to shoot and kill somebody and in getting those type of injuries from the beating that the incident that he said happened to him?
Among other things.
Okay. Was it also as concerning to you that he just said, I got to go to work in the morning? After it was midnight, he was still with you, and yet he's planning to go to work in the morning.
That was a little concerning.
Okay. And again, concerning if, in fact, he was completely uncaring?
Uncaring, among other terms.
Yeah, but not a concern if it was just further evidence of his reaction to the trauma being just going flat on things.
Correct. I mean, hard to say.
Right. But aside from the fact that he seemed to be acting with this flat affect, there was nothing in his words that suggested an uncaring attitude, was there?
No, there weren't.
Matter of fact, investigator Singleton told you that he didn't even know that Trayvon Martin had passed, and when he had passed, they had a conversation about God and being Catholic, and that he put his head down and shook his head no when she finally told him that Trayvon Martin had passed. She told you that, right?
I don't recall that conversation, but she may have.
Okay. Did anything at all, and I want you to really drill into it, and I'm sorry, I know that you've heard it. I have a transcript of the interview. Would that assist you as I ask you some questions about the interview?
If you have an extra copy, I might have one myself.
Up to the state, if I might. Let me show it to the state first. It's not the official court reporter's transcript, but it may be used to refresh your recollection. Yes. Have this marked on if I might.
Marked for identification, defense exhibit double G. Double I. Oh.
Am I first the witness?
Yes, you may.
I'm not going to have you go through it line by line at all, but basically use it to refresh your recollection to the extent that we need to.
Okay.
I don't think it's appropriate. The question is this, and only refer to that document if you need to refresh your recollection. Okay. Was there anything in the interview with Mr. Zimmerman on February 27th at 12:05 that was specifically contradicted by the evidence that you had available to you at that point?
No, sir.
As an example, he said he shot once. There was only one shot fired, correct?
Correct.
He said that his head was being hit where it was, and John Good said that they were in that same location. He even told you that
That's the hearsay again.
It's the same.
the witnesses that talked to you about the facts of the event, none of those facts presented by those witnesses contested Mr. Zimmerman's rendition of the facts, did they?
Not at that point, no, sir.
Including witnesses who were right there after the shooting had occurred that saw Mr. Zimmerman, correct? There was no conflict there, was there?
No, sir.
There was no conflict with the initial investigation officer who came on the scene. I think it was Tim Smith. What he told you did not conflict with what Mr. Zimmerman had told you, right?
Not at all, no, sir.
One fact anywhere in that interview that was contested by a fact that you knew from the investigation?
None that I found.
Thank you. Then, if I might retrieve the document. And then if you would remind the jury the next time you had contact with Mr. Zimmerman.
Probably over the phone prior to meeting with him on the 29th.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, the next day, the walkthrough.
That's okay. I was going to remind you.
Later on the day, yeah.
You had contact with him the next day when he came and met with you to do the walkthrough, correct?
Yeah. Technically later the same day, yes, sir.
Okay. And of course, that's the video that you were here for.
Yes,
right?
sir.
So, he went to work that day, it seemed, because he waited until you got off work, correct?
He made our appointment. I don't know if he went to work or not. But
Okay. And he was willing to do the recreation still, correct, as we saw on the tape?
Yes, sir.
Any concern with doing that?
No, he was
All right.
available.
Did you notice a similar behavior, this, we're calling it now this flat affect behavior, even in the video as well?
No, he was a little more animated.
A little bit more resolved?
You could use that word, I guess.
Okay. And focus on the recreation, and let me ask you to point out for the jury inconsistencies that you noticed. I'm going to ask you for two types. The first is tell the jury the significant inconsistencies between that recreation video and what he had told you the night before. Right, let's just start there.
Okay. My interview with him, let me clear this up if I may.
Certainly.
Was a brief overview of what I had, and it wasn't an extensive interview. I can attest to what the interview with Officer Singleton and the walkthrough was based on what I saw. That'd be more fair. I kind of went in there to move things along because I was kind of focused on trying to identify who the decedent was at that time.
What?
I was more focused on trying to identify the deceased at that point.
Right.
So the interview with him was rather short, if you can call it an interview. But I'll try.
Okay, but the one talking about the interview at midnight, you're talking about, correct?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
But that's where you had at that point, and let me open up the comparison for a moment to say, I also want you to tell us of any discrepancies in the recreation video that existed either in your interview with him at midnight or investigator or officer Singleton's interview with him at 8 p.m. that you had available to you. So as the investigating officer, you've looked at, I'm not going to talk about the other evidence yet, we're going to get to that in a second, but just my client's statements to either Officer Singleton or you the night before and the differences that you noticed in the video.
Okay, sir.
Okay, that's my premise question. So tell me, what are those?
I can't think of none offhand. None specific, none that come to mind right now, no.
Okay. Obviously, you had an opportunity to review all of this information well before today, correct?
Yes, I did.
I mean, you were studying this from the 27th until I think at least March 12th or thereabouts, correct?
I've been studying it, yes.
Right. And that included all of the information and reviewing all of his statements and comparing them, correct?
Yes, but when you say inconsistencies, I can tell you as far as a statement saying they fell as soon as he was hit once.
Sure.
I mean, it's,
Well, let me premise it with this then. In a situation like this where you have what you believe Mr. Zimmerman went through, both parts of that trauma, and multiple interviews of him, would you expect that there are going to be some differences?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Because we're not robots as people. I mean, not knowing him personally, I don't think I've ever heard of somebody remembering step by step exactly how stuff occurred that they were involved in, unless they're looking from the outside looking in.
Matter of fact, if someone were to come to you and have the exact same story down fact for fact and word for word, sentence for sentence, each time you talk to them, what would you think about that person's honesty or veracity?
Either they're being completely honest or completely false to an extreme.
If you, as a cop on the street, came upon somebody and asked them 3 different times, 3 weeks apart, what happened, and they came up with the exact same story, wouldn't you think they were lying to you each and every time?
It's hard to say. I'm a professional skeptic. It's hard to say.
I guess it's sort of job security being a professional skeptic, right? Sort of
job requirement more.
Yeah, requirement, I guess. Okay. So in your interviews continuing as they were with Mr. Zimmerman, you would expect that things are going to change over time, correct?
Potentially, yes.
You would, and if they were to change in significant ways, if he were to add in some brand new fact or truly change direction, you would note that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because that would, in fact, suggest a change not just in the presentation, but in the real substance of it.
Yes, sir.
And you're attuned to look for those as the investigator in this case?
Yes, sir.
Right. And did you notice anything to bring to the jury's attention today that caused you that concern, that spidey sense that something's going wrong with what he's telling you?
Nothing I can articulate, no, sir.
Matter of fact, as we look at that video, as you looked at it, it was quite consistent with what he had told you before, correct?
Yes, sir.
And though it was longer and more was discussed, there was nothing in that recreation where he moved things around or did things differently or suggested things happened in a different location, did he?
Nothing major, no, sir.
Now, let's talk about, and we're building up to what I call the challenge interview. I know that's next, but let's stick on this one, the recreation interview.
Okay.
You, of course, had some more information. You had another day's worth of investigation, right? Because you were working the case the entirety of the 27th, right?
Yes, sir.
So you had been gathering more witness statements and more of the law enforcement workup that was being done, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree you probably had a dozen or 15 witness statements available to you on the 27th?
Approximately.
Right.
Somewhere there.
And had reviewed all of those in planning for your next communication with Mr. Zimmerman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did what he say on the recreation video contradict any of the witness statements that you had gotten so far by Friday, or sorry, the 27th at 5 p.m.?
Nothing directly.
Anything at all that you can explain to the jury where you looked at it and said, this piece isn't fitting?
Nothing as far as the information that he'd given us, no.
Would you agree that any of the slight inconsistencies that did exist on that video you would sort of assign as just being the way interviews go?
Perhaps, yes.
Well, anything else besides that?
Nothing that comes to mind, no. As far as something that would have triggered something more than just me continuing to talk to him.
Okay. Because at this point, you had fairly specific evidence that Mr. Zimmerman was acting in self-defense that night, correct?
I had information that would have supported that, yes, sir.
Well, you had his injuries, for one, correct?
Correct.
That certainly fit into your formula, did it not?
Yes.
You had a bunch of witness statements, including John Good, correct?
Yes.
And that fit into the self-defense theory that you were looking into, right?
Yes.
Part of your job is to investigate crime, right? I mean, pretty much most of what you do.
Yes, sir.
And in the context of investigating crime, you also, by nature, have to investigate the existing defenses, right?
Absolutely.
You are charged with the responsibility of looking at an event like this and determining whether or not self-defense exists.
May we approach the bench regarding this issue?
Yes. We have to take up a short matter outside your presence. If you'll please put your notepads face down and follow Deputy Jarvis back into the jury room. I'm going to ask you to go back and read, please be seated, to the court, the testimony beginning it would be the questions and the answers beginning with the self-defense issues.
And the one right before that, Your Honor, was when I asked him about that he investigates crimes. And I think that was
Well, I think it goes further beyond that. That's what I'm asking for.
I'll start on a page and have that. Okay, would you agree that any of the slight inconsistencies that did exist on the video, you would sort of assign as just being the way interviews go? Answer, perhaps yes. Question, well, anything else besides that? Answer, not that comes to mind, no, as far as something that would have triggered something more than just continuing to talk to him. Question, because at this point, you had fairly specific evidence that Mr. Zimmerman was acting in self-defense that night, correct? Answer, I had information that would have supported that, yes, sir. Question, well, you had his injuries for one, correct? Answer, correct. Question, that certainly fits into your formula, did it not? Answer, yes. Question, you had a bunch of witness statements, including John Good, correct? Answer, yes, sir. Question, and that fits into the self-defense theory that you were looking into, right? Answer, yes. Question, part of your job is to investigate crime, right? I mean, pretty much most of what you do. Answer, yes, sir. Question, and in the context of investigating crime, you also by nature have to investigate the existing defenses, right? Answer, absolutely. Question, you are charged with the responsibility of looking at an event like this and understanding whether or not self-defense exists. And there was the objection.
Okay, I think that you're getting very close to the motion in limine that was ruled upon by this court. So,
I'm going to ask if this question be allowed to be answered, and then I'll move on.
okay. So the objection to anything further would be sustained. You may finish with this one question and then move on. This is Mr. Daly.
I had suggested a moment ago with the timing, if you wanted to address that now. I don't think that I'm going to finish anytime very soon with this witness, so your call as to whether or not we stop now, because they're out already, and then just come back in the morning.
I'm going to ask the jury how far they want to go, if they want to go till 6 o'clock, because it's 5:25. And so let's go ahead and bring the jury back in. Yes.
Present, Ron.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to finish with Officer Serino tonight. I wanted to get some kind of feel from you as to how late you wanted to stay. If we stayed till 6 o'clock, would that be too much for you? No. Okay, you may proceed.
The last question I'm just going to restate, so it's not going to be exact, but we were talking about what you do as a law enforcement officer to investigate crime, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in investigating crimes, you also have the charge or the responsibility to look into whether or not defenses exist, such as self-defense.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was just a continuing sort of overview that you have in all cases.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now let's move forward. And I think you said earlier there was nothing specifically inconsistent with the statements before and the recreation video, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Now let's just sort of move forward into your next efforts in this regard. I'm going to then move us up pretty quickly to the next interview with Mr. Zimmerman. But before you got to that next interview with Mr. Zimmerman, tell the jury, if you would, what other actions you were doing as the investigating officer.
From the beginning?
Well, we sort of gone through the 26th, correct, that night, and then we've talked about that you had a dozen or so witness statements you had already gathered on the 27th, and that we had the interview and the recreation interview on the 27th. So moving us from that point forward.
Okay, other than identifying Trayvon himself, and as far as my timeline, as far as what I was doing, as far as as it pertains to George.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the day after, after identifying, well, on the day of the incident, I spent several hours attempting to identify Trayvon, and I spent most of the night doing that, actually. And after identifying him, I had to go ahead and make arrangements to get him released. The interviews that were conducted in preparation for my next interview with George had to be listened to, compared to with a written statement that he provided us. Correct? Okay. And ultimately, you know, not to consolidate it for you, but we had to essentially we realized that the only person that saw what happened or how it initiated was going to be George, because at that point we couldn't find any other witnesses to say how it began, what was the first encounter.
Right. And if I might, I don't want to interrupt you for just for a moment, and then I want to go back on that track.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you did have available to you the non-emergency call, correct?
Yes, I did.
So you did know what Mr. Zimmerman was saying to the non-emergency operator at that point, and you also had Ms. Lauer's 911 call where you heard the screaming, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so with that in context, you were telling us sort of now you're trying to figure out no other witnesses there who can say, I saw them come together.
We could not locate anybody who could say that they saw that exactly. All we had were the 911 calls and the yells in the background, statements from Mr. Good, who actually saw, no reason not to believe him, statements that your client made that corroborated everything else. And that's where we were on that last interview. I had nothing of substance to basically toss at him, to confront him with as far as the interview went, other than suspicious lack of remembering the streets, how many streets he had in his neighborhood, and other oddities, but that would have compelled me to go ahead and keep on interviewing him. Stuff that just didn't quite add up, but would have had to have been further.
So then what you decided to take on, which is another useful police tactic, if you will, is what's called a challenge interview, correct?
At this point, I wasn't ready for one, but yes.
Right. I mean, that was, you were also under quite a deal of pressure to get this case moved forward, correct?
Yes, I was.
And had to move even quicker than you would otherwise have moved on this case because of some of the external pressures that we now know existed in this case.
Yes, sir.
And it was for that reason then that you may have moved a little bit quicker than you otherwise would like to interview Mrs. Zimmerman in sort of this aggressive context, correct?
Yes.
And I'm not saying that as though it's bad when I say
No.
it's aggressive. You're taught how to do this, correct?
Yes.
You're also taught, for example, as a law enforcement officer, how to use the command voice in a situation when you walk in, right? If you need to take control of a couple of people or whatever it is, anything it is, they teach you how to take control, and that is get in their face a little bit, wake them up, use a loud voice, because it works, right?
Yeah, assertiveness, you know, if properly used, is effective.
And you also learn how to use all your weapon systems, so we know when to use what and how to use it and how to get control. And that's what you do as a cop, right?
Yes, sir.
And you get that both from the academy and you get it from the years of experience.
Yes,
and
sir.
one of those things that you get from those years of experience is what I've called a challenge interview. I don't know if you have a different term for it, but is that what it is?
Don't have a name for it, but it's basically
Yeah.
a challenge interview.
And that's where you go in and you try to undermine a interviewee's story to them, right? Where you challenge them, you sort of, we go back and forth with first you're being nice and you're not being nice, and you set them up and then you knock them down, correct?
That's a technique.
And I don't mean to give up your secrets, but
No,
I mean,
not at all. I mean, it's...
these are techniques, the purpose of which is to see if you can break somebody's story, right?
And to discover truth, yes.
Yeah. Particularly in a case of this where you're under a lot of pressure from the outside and don't have a lot of inconsistencies that you need to either get through to Mr. Zimmerman in this case and break it or not, correct?
The compound question.
Did you understand what I said?
Repeat it, please.
Sure. Your intent in this case, because of everything that was going on, was that you wanted to get Mrs. Zimmerman in a position where if you could break him, if you could get him to change his story in a significant way, then you can find out he's lying, right?
Correct.
That's one of them, right?
Yes, sir.
At the very least, what you do is you try and crack that door open a little bit, right? Get just a stream of light coming through so that you can really push through it if he's lying to you.
Yeah, I'm seeking, the omission that may be there, the exaggeration that may be there.
Yeah.
Just,
Or the anger that may be there that he didn't show before, or just the hit him with something that you might even exaggerate as a problem just to see if he bites, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's a tactic, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
And it works, doesn't it?
At times.
I mean, usually.
Sometimes.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why you do it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this type of I'm going to use the term from now on, challenge interview. Are you okay with that?
That's fine.
All right. This type of a challenge interview, you often have two people there, right? So you can sort of play one off against the other.
Yes, sir.
That's intentional, right?
Yes, sir.
Particularly, you would use someone like Officer Singleton because she had a decent relationship with George from that first interview, right?
Yes, sir.
So she's the perfect candidate.
Could be, yes.
Might even help that they had that little Christian connection thing going on and all that, right?
Yes, sir.
And again, it sounds like I'm harassing your style or something. Please
No, not at
understand
all.
I'm not. I just want to make sure the jury understands that these type of techniques are used for very particular purposes within law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Right? And your purpose is not just to harass Mr. Zimmerman, but it's really your effort to figure out what really happened that night and what inconsistencies you might be able to exaggerate or whatever to try and get him to the point where he may tell you something he hasn't told you yet.
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes.
And that's going to tell you one thing or the other, right? It's either going to tell you that you got him, right? And
Yes.
and that will lead down some other path, right?
Yes.
Or it may confirm that he's, for the most part, telling you the truth,
Yes, sir.
right? So, and that is the context that we're working with this challenge interview, is it not?
Yes, sir.
And that was the whole purpose of setting it up the way you set it up, and where and when you set it up, and with whom you set it up.
Not specifically intended for that, but we didn't plan a challenge interview. It was just another interview. There could have been more, but I was, it wasn't as formatted as that, but yes, that's usually the way it turns out to be.
Well, I don't want to misspeak. You're not suggesting that your intent here wasn't to challenge him as best you can to see if you can break him, right?
I was gentle. The challenge, when you say challenge interview, I'm thinking more, if I have something to challenge him with, at this point, I'm still not quite ready to challenge him. Yeah.
Well, for example, you start the interview out by saying, you've heard of Murphy's Law, right?
Correct.
This person was not doing anything bad. You don't know the person of the name of the person that died, right? First of all, without going further into anything at all, but you were just going to present Mr. Martin as good as you can to Mr. Zimmerman for that same type of challenge interview style, right?
I didn't know anything other than that about Mr. Martin, so that was a baseline saying that. I just wouldn't consider a complete challenge interview in that context.
And again, that's why you would mention his name in the interview, making sure that you reminded George of his name to sort of personalize the passing of somebody.
Absolutely.
And again, that's sort of a bit of a psychological move just to, again, try and get George set for the fact that further on into the interview, you're going to start challenging him on things.
Yes, sir, but like I said, I didn't have much to challenge him with.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
But that was the intent, right?
Not necessarily, but it was one of the, when you say intent, are you talking sole intent?
No.
Okay,
But
then it
I
wasn't
mean-
intent. Okay.
Yeah, I don't mean, you want to get more information from him too.
Right. There was a lot of information I didn't have to challenge him with, but yes, that's one of the
But-
intentions behind that interview.
You would agree that the style of this interview, as we've just heard it, is a more aggressive style of interview that you took on because you want to get some information from Mr. Zimmerman to challenge him on what he knew and didn't know, right?
You could say that, yes.
Will you say that?
It was more challenging than the first interview.
Okay.
But on the scale of challenging interviews, it was mild.
You've had challenge interviews that were much more in the person's face, correct?
Usually when I had something more than what I had.
And I was just going to say, that's where you walk into the guy who just,
Exactly.
stole 8 cars in the neighborhood, and you have his fingerprints on 6 of them, and he's just telling you that he was in the library studying, right?
Correct.
So that challenge interview is you walk in and go, you got one last chance. You're going to prison for a long, long time, or you're telling me what happened. And that's a real aggressive challenge interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you have to modify the challenge interview style based upon what it is you actually have to hit him with.
Exactly.
And in this case, you didn't have much to hit him with, right?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. So you sort of walk him through everything that he had done. Now, the reason why you're having him repeat everything in greater detail is, again, to see if you can wean out any inconsistencies from him, right?
Or omissions, yes.
Or omissions, yes. He may just break down and say something that he didn't acknowledge before.
Admission, omissions, yeah, I was talking about stuff
Oh, I
I
thought
might
you
have
said
left out.
admission.
So,
Okay.
more information.
And as to the information, in the first few pages, anything else that he added that he had not talked to you about, at least in general terms?
No, sir.
Anything inconsistent?
Nothing major.
Then you start with, again, some of the sort of psychological underplay with him that he's going to be under a lot of scrutiny, right? You're trying to go to bat for him. You're going to have to speak for him, right? That you're sort of laying that into the framework here?
In this particular case, I mean, he could have been considered a victim also. I mean, it's one of those investigations where.
Agreed, but you were dealing with a lot going on that impacted on your investigation, correct?
Regardless of what was going on, I still kept an open mind that he could be a victim.
Okay. And in focusing him on some of what you thought you might have to defend when you were saying that you'd have to speak for him and it's going to be under a lot of scrutiny, this whole question of whether or not George profiled him that you mentioned, right?
Yes.
And you sort of hit him with that pretty straight out of the box, right? Hoping maybe for a response that would give you an insight as to whether or not he was profiling Trayvon because Trayvon was black?
More of an explanation, and more of an explanation I was seeking.
Okay. So you asked him if he had been white, would you have reacted the same way? And he said yes.
Yes, sir.
Did that cause you any concern?
No.
Think he was being straightforward?
Yes.
Any evidence in your investigation is to suggest differently up to that point? But you would agree that that was sort of something you want to play out there for him to respond to see if that might open something up?
There were external concerns about that, external concerns, and I needed to get that clarified.
Okay. And you did?
Yes, I did.
And had he had that question gone somewhere else, that may have led you down a different path?
Yes, sir.
You also had a concern that you evidenced to him or sort of challenged him on because you had an issue of whether or not his rendition of getting hit dozens of times were supported by the forensic evidence of his injuries, correct?
In my view, yes.
Yeah.
They were lacking.
Yeah, because he said, I think one of you questioned him, and he said, I got hit 20, 25 times, right?
I believe he said 25 to 30 times.
25 or 30. It didn't seem as though there was injuries sufficient to somebody getting hit 25 or 30 times, right?
No, it did not.
Okay. As you mentioned earlier, the trauma that he had been through, do you believe in your investigation of him that it may have just felt like he was getting hit 25 or 30 times?
Based on personal experience, it could be a panic thing more. Yes, it very well could have been.
Okay. So that in and of itself was an area that was a concern of yours, correct? But not something that suggested that he was just making that story up, did it?
No.
Matter of fact, have you had a chance to look at the pictures of his injuries before they started healing when you saw him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, those are the injuries that were taken at SPD, Stanford Police Department, that night?
Yes.
Without having you go through each and every one, the jury's seen them now probably 3 or 4 times. Would you agree that there were numerous different bruisings and injuries on both sides of his scalp first?
There were injuries.
Okay.
However, based on the way I'd view him as a major crimes investigator who's seen injuries a lot worse than that, I didn't consider them life-threatening.
Of course. Matter of fact, we
once
don't,
again,
and we don't need to see life-threatening injuries, do we?
No.
Okay. We don't need to see any injuries, do we?
No, we don't.
Yeah, he did have some.
Yes, he did.
And he had the nose injuries we talked about, and he had the lacerations on the back. You saw those pictures, right?
Yes, sir.
And he did see, you saw the bruisings or the swelling on both sides of his head. Did you see those?
I saw imperfections. You can call it that, yes.
Yeah, some what they call punctate bruising, like cement bruising on
bumps, contusions, yeah.
Okay. And to the extent that you don't recount them all here today, agree that the jury can simply look at those pictures that were available to you at Stanford Police Department, taken really right around the time of the first midnight interview, and rely on those rather than your memory?
Yes.
But still, in your mind, it was questionable to you why he thought he was getting hit 25 or 30 times.
I was being subjective, trying to, yes, it was.
Yeah. And that was, did you finish? I'm sorry.
I'm good enough.
Okay, and that was one of the sort of subjects you focused on to see if you can move him a little bit?
Perhaps, yes.
You also sort of questioned him a number of different ways in this challenge interview on the following and whether or not he was following him down the pathway or just getting out of the car. He was pretty consistent with you, right, that he did follow him, right, to begin with.
Yes.
He acknowledged that, never denied that, did he?
I think at one point he said he got out behind him, and I just clarified that it was in fact a follow, but it was the same thing. He said this. He said the same thing.
Okay. And then there was this question about why he didn't simply acknowledge to Trayvon Martin who he was or what he was doing, correct?
Yes.
And you questioned him in a couple of different ways on that as well.
Yes.
Did his answer to you satisfy you?
Not necessarily.
Tell me what your concern was.
He had made reference to mentoring children, specifically African American children. Why it didn't occur to him to go ahead and try to say something to somebody he was following.
Sure. In hindsight,
of course,
that might have resolved things.
Absolutely.
And there are actually probably 1,000 decisions in hindsight that would have changed the outcome of this event, right?
But specifically, as far as my interviewing of him, that was a concern.
That was a concern. And what he said to you, and referring to the tape, was, why didn't you, was it fear, precaution, safety, all the above? Tell me what's going through your head. And he said, I didn't want to confront him. That wasn't my job.
Correct.
And did that seem a reasonable explanation to you?
I took it at that, yes. Yes.
You also challenged him on the question about some of the timing, about when Trayvon Martin was near the car, when he wasn't, whether or not he'd come back towards the car or not, correct?
I believe that was while he was going back to his truck. George was, Zimmerman, your client. I questioned about the timing that took him to get back to his vehicle.
Okay. Yeah, because you were wondering why it might take 80 seconds if he was at the T intersection, why it would take 80 seconds to walk back to his car?
Yes, it seemed that there was a pause somewhere in there.
Yeah, and he said to you...
It seemed there was a pause in there somewhere, like he paused. It seemed like there would be a pause in there because of the time.
Right, because there was about 80 seconds that you want to at least have him explain to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in context, he explained it to you by saying, that was when I'd actually walked all the way over to my street, Retreat View Circle, which was those 40, 50, 60, we'll look at it, feet or so, to Retreat View Circle past the T, correct?
I don't recall his responses, but I was measuring from Retreat View Circle to his vehicle, and I'd have to listen to it again. Okay. But it just seemed excessive. There was a time there, but I do think that he did say that he actually paused to pick up his flashlight or something.
To pick up
his flashlight somewhere in there.
Again, we'll sort of defer to the tape as far as exactly what was said back and forth during this interview. Another effort that you did, a sort of significant one, was when you told him that Trayvon Martin would videotape a lot of what he was doing, and that you believed that this whole event may well have been on video.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
again, a very specific challenge interrogation technique, is it not?
Yes, sir.
When you can say, you know, there's that bank just across the street, and they had just installed brand new cameras, night cameras, color cameras, and we got real good video. And the reason for doing that is because that's truly an attempt to let this guy know, whoever it is, that you got him, right?
That can serve a lot. That's more of a bluff.
Sure.
In this one, to say that I got him, that's, you know, that's just to put in his mind that
Right.
everything may or may not be there.
And I apologize, I spoke about two different events. This one
Okay.
specific event and then some guy across the street from a bank, so let me clear that up.
Okay.
Generally speaking, you might introduce the suggested existence of video evidence in order to flush out a true story.
Yes.
And in this particular case, that's what you were doing.
Yes, sir.
And you had suggested to Mr. Zimmerman that there was a really good chance that Trayvon Martin's phone, which you had in your possession, but it was dead, the phone was dead and you couldn't really get it out yet, but that was a really good chance that was going to have a video of this whole event.
Yes, sir, I did.
And that was, in effect, to get him to, if there was something to come clean to, that he would come clean to it.
Yes, sir.
Knowing, as you said, that if it's there and it shows something you didn't tell us about, it's going to be really bad for you.
Yes, sir.
And that was the way you said it, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was the reason why you said it, right?
Yes, sir.
And that was all part of your challenge interview.
Yes, sir.
And what did he say when you told him that?
I believe his words were, "Thank God." I was hoping somebody would videotape it.
What indication did him saying to you, "Thank God, I really hope somebody videotaped it," what did that indicate to you?
In my opinion, would have been truth.
What the defendant was thinking or not?
No. I'm sorry. I got something on that, and I apologize, Your Honor.
The question was, what did that indicate
To
to
him.
him?
Correct.
To Officer Serino?
That was my question.
Okay. Your
What the
objection?
defendant was thinking, I think the question was, maybe I
No,
misunderstood.
it's the indication from that response, what did that indicate to Officer Serino? So overruled.
You want me to rephrase the question?
Please.
Sure. The fact that George Zimmerman said to you, "Thank God, I hope somebody did videotape the event or the whole event," his statement, what did that indicate to you?
Either he was telling the truth, or he was a complete pathological liar, one of the two.
Okay. Now let's look at overall. Was there anything else in this case where you got the insight that he might be a pathological liar?
No.
Matter of fact, everything that he had told you to date had been corroborated by other evidence that you were already aware of in the investigation that he was unaware of.
Correct.
Okay, so if we were to take pathological liar off the table as a possibility just for the purpose of this next question, you think he was telling the truth?
Yes.
This is a good break.
I think it is, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the evening before I send you off. I'm going to give you my instructions again. You're not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Excuse me. You're not to read or listen to any radio, television, or newspaper reports about the case. You're not to use any type of an electronic device to look on the internet. Anything having to do with this case, people, places, things, or terminology. And finally, you're not to read or create any emails, text messages, Twitters, tweets, or blogs, or any social networking pages about the case. Do I have your assurances that you will abide by these instructions? Yes, ma'am. Okay, please put your notepads face down on the chair and follow Deputy Jarvis. Have a good evening. Please be seated. Officer Serino, we're going to recess, and of course, you're free to go about your personal business. But we're going to start again tomorrow at 9 a.m. And you're not to discuss your testimony with anybody. That includes the attorneys, because effectively you're still on the stand. Thank you. Is there anything that we need to take up from either side before we recess for the evening?
No, Your Honor.
State? Okay, thank you. Court will be in recess until 9 a.m.